Wu-Sabat Moisar, and welcome to another live reading. And we are finishing the scroll Actual Fact, series number 18, entitled Tone, Sound, DNA Molecules, Vibrational Frequencies. And we're continuing where we left off from yesterday. Now, before we get started, let's take a deep breath and some breathing exercises to charge up our bodies.
He's only afraid of you. He's afraid of this unity. He's afraid of us coming together. He's afraid of the power that we generate when we get together. As we become in one accord, we start focusing our mind on anything and start chanting on that thing, start happening. Because God said what? I breathe my spirit into you and you became a living soul. You ain't a man, you're a living soul. He's a man. You're a spirit incarnating. And you have the power to project that energy. But you've confined yourself to the body. And in that you've confined yourself to certain places in space and time. You've limited yourself by accepting the confinement to the body. When you can think right now from here back to your house.
All right, so we're going to start with our all-expanding breath, all right? And you're going to think of the breath as saman, meaning complete union. So now you're going to hear complete union and think all-expanding, all right, as in all right? So you're just going to take a moment to acknowledge how are you put together, all right? And you're going to also remember that as you're reading the scroll, all right? How are things put together? And are we respecting the rules of natural nature? All right. So get into the rhythm with your own breath. All right. And are you using your anatomy as the way nature intended? All right. So you're going to think of your diaphragm as a large muscle that when you take a deep breath in, your stomach goes out because that's your diaphragm descending downward, giving your internal organs a nice massage. Also acting like a vacuum, pulling air not only into the lower lungs, but also automatically into your mid lungs. And as you keep inhaling, the stomach will start to go in as the air moves upward to the top part of your lungs. All right, now when you feel your full potential, you hold the breath for a moment and you're tapping in to Sakam, which is the power to charge up your system. And then you exhale. All right, the same support, love, and ashuk, all right, that you just tapped into for your fellow brothers and sisters. So let's breathe a few times. And feel yourself in your multiple dimensions come into alignment. Your emotional body, your physical body, your mental body, and you bring it all down on the same level. Now you're sparking your consciousness. So you're tapping in from your unconscious to your conscious. All right. So you're going to make the connection. What are you feeling and where do you feel it on your body? Feel yourself breathe through it. All right. And where are your thoughts in the future and the past? And feel it all come into right now. You have access to everything that ever was, everything that ever will be, right? In the here and now through your breath, all right? Because the breath and the nose itself, it's a gateway between our physical world and our spiritual world, all right? Or our etheric world. So you're doing work on both sides just through your very breath. And feel yourself become at peace with your space and time. And now you're at peace with everything else that's all around you, all right? Because you're in your right place and time, all right? So let's acknowledge our master teacher who brings us together in poets for the purpose of renewing our story as our Zeti, all right? Meaning our nucleus, All right, so we acknowledge our master teacher as we acknowledge ourselves, because the first confirmation is you. You acknowledge our master teacher as a living, breathing, flesh and blood example of our shook. And as you acknowledge yourself, you're automatically acknowledging each other. All right. And you're going to say, Apta Paa Taraq la Yerawuk Yaanun. Apta Paa Babab la Yehu. Open the way to the soul of Yaanun. Open the door towards him. Rawuk, the breath of life, which is also the soul, the very spark of the people. Open the way towards him. Towards who? You're really talking about who you really are, not what you became, despite all your various movements. Hold on to the rope of that original spark, that original Rawuk that permeates through all space and time, and it permeates within your very being. And you're going to say, Adoy Kilal Tapolarat, Wufa Kor Bisamus Papaut. Begin all prayers and thinking by using the all expanding. Samus, using. Your breath itself is a thing of all expanding as you take a deep breath in and you expand in all directions to your full potential. Your nose itself is a gateway. Baror, 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 nabab natar muktad. Now it's muktad bedid patah. Now it's muklas bedid Yaanun. Holy, 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 Master Overseer Almighty. Holy as in the whole seed, the holy seed, the whole story, all existing gases, all space and time. In Pa'ut, you're still in Pa'ut. That is our Master Overseer Almighty. In Pa'ut. No God except Patah. No Savior except Yaanun. Patah, as in Mikta, your thing of opening. Your nose itself is a thing of opening. Your heart itself is a thing of opening. And as you breathe in and you get back into your natural rhythms, you get back into the natural rhythms of your heartbeat. And you become one who opens as you plug right in. Because it is Ashuk that is the key. But it is you who opens the door. You are responsible. Be a mukta. No God except Yaanun, because you cannot lie to yourself. And we acknowledge that I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. Paa Taraq. Anuki Jawef Pa Ashok Paa Taraq. Wu Kalala Shukawun Jawef Niya. Anuki Kasamun Paa Taraq. Wu Paa Taraq Kawun Kasamun Niya. Anuki Wahu Ame Paa Taraq. Wu Paa Taraq Kawun Wahu Ame Niya. Nakuk Kado Naja Ame Kasam Paa Taraq. Wu Chabu Ame Mushkas Nakuk Kado Kawan Kalal Pafef Nakuk Ayo Jawef Paa Taraq. Ame Wase Ame Ayani Kawun Lake Bakor Jawef Paa Taraq. Anuki Abed Biye Nafashni. Paa Taraq Kawun Anuki. Paa Taraq Kador. Nakuk Kador. Paa Taraq Amul. Nakuk Amul. The all is, I am. The all can, I can. The all does, I do. Why? Because they are me and I am them, the very forces of natural nature. Lahehum manehnun anhum ate karehum anhum ate karekum anhum ate karenun anhum ate jewefniya anhum ate niyahu anukihum ya ye ashukreye ashmo jayehnu ya ye nataru alfuknu nahun ate mukrarukum ya ye nataru alfuknu 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 ya ye natarunu anu atu atu amu. We are you all's children. Tawakum nadaru wumuntaru, for not forgetting us. And thank you for this healing in this day and time. In the same way that we ask for acceptance, we are accepting of you. And we accept that this scroll that we are reading today is the truth and the way. Panen mispa kawun, pa sawabu pa taruk, ze kawuna na zulalahe amtkum. Mane maspatu masa'a, ama hadea mumuda ma'u. Mane musafukum, unataru, arjulaye nafashukum, afukshane kawunkum, pasawabu pataruk, pahadeamu padamal. Nahun tawuanskum lahe panenda malu shafe. Nahun tawuanskum lahe tem nasoinu. Nahun tawuanskum lahe ashakuma. Antkum ater muslafunu, nahun ater mukrarukum, nahun salub nasarkuma, nahun salub nasarkuma, ansanun kahenataru, ansanun muslafunu. Nahun ate muspatu anu atu atu amu. We are Sabians. Tawakum nataru wumuntaru. Paa Taraq, Muntar, Baabsa Yaanun. in the personage of His Excellency, Dr. Malachi York Zeti, living and breathing flesh and blood like us. And Tawakum Moisar, as we are doing our very best to transform into the very best versions of ourselves in our one collective body. Tawakum to us all who's doing our part. And let's take a moment as well to acknowledge Muslafu, our ancestors, all right, because we're still here, and Tawakum for the support thus far. All right, and this is our scroll for today. And we're going to be continuing where we left off from yesterday. A little bit about the author of the scroll. Amnu Briakpata Zeti, Shil Pa Hanutu, known to us as His Excellency Malachi York Okran. Kobina means born on Tuesday, June 26, 1945 AD, in Ghana, West Africa. That is Baba's coordinates as we tap into the scroll of eyes. All right. So let's continue. And Rahubat, everyone. And feel free to participate and unmute if you want to say anything. All right. So we're on page 11, and we're going to continue where we left off. All right, so we were talking yesterday where we left off from was about the crystals, all right, and the exact angles that they are, all right, and how it works perfectly mathematically for the vibration that it's going to give off as a quantum communication device, all right. So let's continue on that. So any physical construction that would aid the quantum communication would have a magnificent mathematical pattern. Now it is time to have a look at the workings of this and the use of the quartz. The quartz crystal begins existence deep within Geb, Paa Taraq, or the planet Earth, from hot vapors of Anun, or Nun, Wu Nun Tat, the primeval liquids, the great vapor, the gaseous form of a substance as liquid, or solid steam of mist, moisture in the air as created by Tefnut and Shu, and the birth of ether and visible moisture, vaporous, gas, fog, ether, the substance or fluid that fills space, time, and matter. And in this is a quartz born. All right. So now we're going back to the very state of noon. All right, which you will hear as the primeval waters. All right, or you have the chaotic waters, because from chaos you start to have order. All right. When you start putting things together and it starts to solidify into specific angles. So from the vapors, all right, it starts to turn into a moisture, all right, and then you start to have atmosphere, all right. So Tefnut and Shu would be moisture and air, all right. And then you start to create a vacuum as it starts to solidify. You go to the next state, which would be Geb and Nut. All right, Geb will be where things are starting to solidify. All right. So now you see the quantum makings, how things are being put together. All right. So in this crystal, it has the whole history of that, for example. All right. So from hot vapor, which is supersaturated solution of silicon dioxide, which is a supersaturated solution of silicon dioxide. When it cools, a unit cell of quartz forms or is born around a nucleating site. or a nut seed. In the same way that an oyster forms. And you see that its seed or pearl is born as a lustrous jewel of many colors, as well as the shells inside, also of many colors, as the mist of a rainbow is formed or born. All right. So you have a nut seed, because within the atmosphere of nut, which Geb would be considered like a seed within nut. Because when you look at nut, you see the bodies, the celestial bodies. And you see Geb being one of the many celestial bodies within it. All right. So Geb itself would be a nut seed. All right. And it starts to pressurize, all right, in that atmosphere. All right. And you start to give birth to angles as you give birth to rainbows. All right. And then you start to give birth to different degrees, like we learned that the quartz crystal's 52-degree angle. Rahubat Abatumi, Solomon, Olufemi.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes. Yes. Though I don't understand
Yeah.
I don't actually understand what is going on concerning the teaching. But I'm just interested when I saw the title Hereafter Doctrine. So I'm just inquire to know what is going on about the doctrine.
Oh, welcome. I'm happy that you joined us, and thank you for taking an interest. So the hereafter doctrine, we're talking about hereafter stands after the Adamite religious rule doctrine. All right. So
Yeah.
we're talking about the shift. All right. Be, before and after. So we're going before we had religious indoctrination that has put a spell of sleep over our people world over. All right. So now, after that spell is being broken, that's where we are now and hereafter. And we're left with the fact to pick up the pieces, if that makes sense. All right. To put our stories back together. All right. So now that the fictions are being taken away, we're in the hereafter where it's time to heal our story and put it back together.
Okay.
All right. And then you're going to learn all about what that is. All right. And this is one of the jewels that's being shared now, is talking about the power of the vibration of how things are put together. All right. And how you can communicate between objects if you know the rules and patterns of life. All right. So everything is recorded. And then there also is a YouTube channel now where it has it has at least now 33 videos, and it's being added to every day. And so you'll see different introductions. Have you ever heard of these scrolls before?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. Today's your first day?
Today is my first day. I just joined I saw the link, the title. So I'm just interested in the title. That is how I joined. I just joined.
Wonderful. Wonderful. So I'm going to encourage you to hang around. Maybe some of your questions might be answered. Maybe you have a pattern and anything that doesn't make sense, feel free to ask the questions. Maybe many of the questions will be answered as we're reading. And then if it's confusing, it's all recorded. And I'm going to share to you the link to see more of the books, because there's so many books. All right.
Oh.
And I probably give you an introduction. I just read them. So you don't even have to buy a book. You just sit down and acquaint yourself in what we're doing and why we're doing it. All right. So I appreciate that. Hopefully you get your questions answered. So we're going to continue to read, okay?
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you. All right.
Yes.
All right. And then also Zamal means brother. So if I call you Zamal, that just means brother. Just unmute when you want to talk, and then mute when you're finished talking, because sometimes it makes a distortion. All right. Tarahat. That means thank you. All right, let's continue. So we were talking about how crystal, for example, like this is formed, all right, through the pressurization. and how it personifies through our Nadaru, and we give the Nadaru names. But it's really different states of nature. All right. So we're on verse 58. So also in the oyster, a form of crystalline colors in form, 59. It is a matrix created around a seed points or nuts and geb. All right. So geb would be that solid. All right. And nuts would be that body, the celestial body that holds all those solids. Geb being, you see, just one of the many. All right. And that's where the matrix is being created. And then you're going to start building upon from that one seed becomes many. All right. So 60, the forming atoms and or cells in bonding are laid down where there is the most energy. 61, the molecules adhering to the base silicone matrix. There is another in the human body that is found in outer space. It is all made of the same elements, atoms, cells. All is in all. All is in and a part of Paa Taraq, the all expanding. All right. So as you look at any component, all right, from yourself to this crystal, it's all being composed in the all expanding. All right. Expanding and contracting, breathing inward and outward. All right. So the same way that you breathe, you see that nature is breathing itself as well. All right. You see the planet itself is breathing. All right. That's why when you look at the diameter of the planet, sometimes it's a little wider. It's a little more expansive. Sometimes it's a little slimmer. Same way that if you took a deep breath and you took a tape measure, you will have a different circumference than when you exhale, then you take a tape measure. All right. So there's a constant pulsating that's happening all around us. All right. So the breath of life, of existence, the whole of the universe is born out of dark space matter or triple darkness. All right. So when you're saying triple darkness, now you know you're going to do the different states of noon. And noon, noonet, which is female masculine. Ket, ki, ket, het, he, het. Amun, amunet. But you go through those different states, the triple darkness, as things are there's movements in dark matter. All right. So now this is an example visually. All right. On this page. So this would be an example of Geb. All right. That's the nut seed. Then you start to see it duplicates, then it starts to create walls. So from a dot comes a line, and from a line becomes a wall, and from a wall becomes dimension. Now you're creating a matrix. So a matrix, think of, you're gonna say that is the skeleton of what that is gonna be. So that's the matrix. All right. So you just keep taking a few of these and you build up on top of each other, and behind you will start to see a matrix, and flesh and blood will start to build on that, or whatever it is, whether that's a DNA or whether that's a crystal or whatever it is, it all formates the same. It's the same rules. So made up as a tetrahedron shaped molecule. All right. So we're talking about the crystal specifically. This is the quartz crystal. All right. So the quartz crystal, when you look at it closely, it has a special shape as a tetrahedron. A tetrahedron is a pyramid shape. All right. So that's what it looks like. All right. So now if you make a bigger scale object, like a pyramid, and they cut it by the same angles, you'll be able to emit the same frequency that the crystal creates. All right. So if you can vibrate that bigger structure or that smaller structure, they're both following the same rules if you can find the same angle. All right. Now you're tapping into the whole matrix of the crystal. 62. Made up as a tetrahedron-shaped molecule, it is now composed of 4 atoms of oxygen with one silicone atom suspended within. 63. This primary cell unit now attracts other silicone dioxide molecules, and in time, trillions of them, of these cells link together in a spiraling motion, layers upon layers, until a crystal is made. All right. So now you're seeing how the chaos of noon is coming together. All right. So in these watery, you have all these components. Now this seed is giving birth to, that seed is giving birth to, it starts to attract. It makes a molecule. All right. And then these attract to each other. And in time, when enough of them attract, it starts to solidify and pressurize. All right. So this is happening all over, and it's attracting to each other, giving birth to some type of form. 64. The crystal is known as a quantum converter that is able to transmit energy in a magnified state. And this energy can easily be absorbed or received by biological matter, such as your physical body. So when we say quantum, you hear the word quantity. All right. So now when you look at this picture, you're going to look at it through different eyes now, because you're going to look at the quantum. What is this made out of? So you start to quantify it. So you go from this as a solid. Now you're going to go into animism. All right. Because animism is interested. All right. As it's defined as going behind the forces that permeates our physical reality. All right. So you go into your energetic reality. All right. So you're not just going to look at this. You're going to look to see how is this put together. So within this, for example, you're going to have a bunch of these. All right. So now you're in the quantum. You're in the quantum reality. All right. So you can take the same structure out here to tap into the wisdom of what's in there. All right. Or your very body, because we've learned also that there is actually an app that you can look, and you start looking at the human body, and you realize that many of the same crystals, all right, is present in the human body. All right. So now you can communicate with biological matter, because a lot of the biological matter has the same matrix built within it. All right. So 64. The crystal is known as a quantum converter. All right. And then when you hear the word convert, when you convert something, you put it into a language that you could understand. So for Black people, for example, or melanated people, people with melanin, melanin acts like a converter. All right. Because you have radiation from the sun. All right. Without your melanin, the sun would be very harmful, and it will go in and scramble all your DNA, and then you would just die. All right. So the reason why that doesn't happen is because you have a buffer in between. It's called a converter. All right. So it can put that energy into a language that your body can actually take in. All right. Because radiation by itself, it will overload the body. All right. So anybody who deals with electricity, they'll know what you're saying. If you take the wrong energy, and then you will short circuit the system. So melanin acts like a converter, and it puts energy into a language that your body could do something with it. All right. So the crystal is known as a quantum converter. All right. So the crystal itself, it takes energy and it puts it into a language. And that's why, for example, in everybody's cell phone right now, you have a crystal inside of it. All right. That's the way that energy is able to transmit from cell phone to cell phone. It needs a converter, or else you wouldn't be able to do anything with the information. All right. So there's actual crystals in the phone. There's crystals in your body. All right. It's not just for decoration. All right. So the crystal is known as the quantum converter that is able to transmit energy in a magnified state. And this energy can easily be absorbed or received by biological matter, such as your physical body. All right. So now we know it's not just melanin that's doing it. Maybe melanin is considered a crystal as itself. but those actual converters, because when you start looking at the what do you call that, collagen fibers, it's actually made up of crystals, and everybody doesn't necessarily have the same collagen fibers. For example, a African person has a more complete DNA sequence. All right, that's how they know Africans are older. And then you have younger races that have a weaker DNA sequence. So it's like having a copy of something. So when you make a copy of an original, sometimes you lose some information in that original. So that's why the people will look a little different. All right, for example, because this is not a random look. For example, it looks the way that it does because of the angles of the matrix behind it. All right. So now the matrix starts to break down, and not everybody has the same minerals in their very DNA. They don't have the same crystals. All right. And that's another reason why we're protecting the genetics. When you know how you're put together, you're more likely to respect it. So the crystal is formed by way of a spiraling motion, just like a DNA. Think of DNA. The DNA is put together, and it looks like this. It looks like a ladder. That is what DNA looks like. But it doesn't stay like a ladder. Why? Because the ladder is constantly folding on itself, and it twists. All right? So that's because everything is in motion. All right? Every living entity is in motion. So by definition, this is a living entity as well. All right? So the crystal is formed by way of a spiraling motion and is a known quantum converter transmitting energy, outformation and information, or intellect or outtellect at a magnificent rate. All right. So intellect means you're pulling things in. All right. Outtellect means you can put energy out. All right. So you can pull energy and you can actually put energy out. So how you express yourself, all right, that would be affirmation. And how you understand something and comprehend something, that would be information. All right. So for example, when you get sun, all right, you'll notice that your skin responds by getting darker. All right. So it gets information. So it absorbed something stimulated it. It took it in. And then it was able to give a message outwardly. All right. And that's the behavior outwardly. All right. And then you're going to notice that depending on the rhythm of the genetics of whatever it is, whether you're talking about the rhythm of a person or the rhythm of a crystal, the crystal is going to have its own place in time. All right. Its own. So with Black people, all right, depending on how fast they're, the more melanin, that's a different rate. All right. It's going to have a certain mentality to it. All right. Or a certain behavior, a certain output. That should be similar. It should obey the same rules. All right. 66. So when you bring all lights to a complete standstill inside a crystal, it can be used to store outformation and information in a quantum computer. All right. Your phone does it right now. So all you got to do is study how phones are put together. All right. Quartz crystal is similar to that. So when you use all light, when you bring all light to a complete standstill inside of a crystal, all right, it can be used to store information. All right. So when you think of light, think of sound, just think of any type of radiation. All right. So now this crystal, for example, is being affected by lights, and it's being synthesized inside, causing some type of reaction inside. But there's always a moment of silence. All right. So there's movements and then there's stillness. All right. So in reality, you have change happening in the movements, but real growth, the real change is happening in the silence. All right. So for example, anybody who works out, you know that when you're working out, you're actually not, that's not when you're actually growing your muscle. It's when you go to sleep. So when you work out, when you go in a state of healing, it's when you sleep. All right. It's that moment of rest. So when I breathe in, notice there's a moment, there's a pause for a second, then you breathe out. It's not just in, out, in, out. It's in, pause, out, in, pause, out, right? So it's like move, still, so tick and tock, all right? So the tick and tock is movement, and there's a pause in between. So in would be the tick, out would be the tock, and then you have that movement. All right. And that is a very important part of a smile breath. All right. You can't just say, I feel better, because now you're going to enhance your anxiety. The wisdom is coming to you in that pause. All right. Same thing for that crystal. All right. So 66, when you bring all light to a complete standstill inside a crystal, it can be used to store information and information into a quantum computer. 67, quartz crystal is similar to that. 68, it is made up of a lattice work of silicon and oxygen atoms which surround a relatively open space. All right. So now when you look up within a crystal, you'll notice that most of it is empty space. All right. And it's built around that empty space. All right. And then you just keep building upon that and building. All right. Like taking each one of these is a brick, but each brick is mostly empty space. Just like inside each cell is mostly empty space. When you start looking at cells, you start breaking things down. All right. So it is made up of a lattice work of silicon and oxygen atoms, which is surrounded relatively by open space. 69, it is in this open space that can be compressed and squeezed or expanded with certain stimuli. All right. So when you hear something that stimulates it. So for example, a stimulation would be like hearing somebody say something that will have effect in your DNA. It will have an effect in your being. Going out into the sun, you're going to have an effect on the DNA. So it's the space, because you have the movement. So you have this structure, and then you have this, it's built on each other. So behind the structure, you see this. Now, when this comes in contact with some type of stimuli, whether it's light or sound, all right, that's where you have compressions, all right, or expansions, all right, and it can shift, all right, to whatever is being stimulated by. All right. So this is the open space that can be compressed or squeezed and expanded with certain stimuli. The same stimulus also make the crystal vibrate, sing, or chant. All right. So if you can go to the right stimulus for this crystal, you can get it to give you information, for example. All right. Because you're tapping into the vibrations of this crystal. So for example, if you tap into the vibrations of the crystal, you're going to be tapping in to everything that it's ever been through. All right. Because you're tapping into its very matrix. All right. So these vibrations make waves which human receptors pick up and convert back into binary information. All right. Binary, you hear 2. So it flows in 2 ways. That means input, output, input, output. That's binary information. So vibrations make waves which human receptors pick up and convert back to binary information. All right. So now what you're experiencing is doing that to you. All right. If somebody hits your right vibration, for example, it can open up information about you. All right. And then you start getting information, you start putting out information. All right. So 72. So in fact, vibratory information can be stored, as can the light that can that came to a standstill inside the empty space. An example of this is how you know that vibration can be stored. So for Black people who don't live in warm climates, you'll give an example with your own skin. So when you don't get enough sun, you're going to get a little bit lighter. All right. When you go into the sun, you're getting live radiation. That's radiation. All right. And what happens is that your body, it reacts to that live radiation. And then it says there's a lot of energy coming to us. We have to keep up. So your immune system gets kicked in, all right, by your guard dog cells, and it barks, and then it wakes up your melanocytes, and your melanocytes starts to create melanin. And it will keep creating melanin to meet whatever energy. So whatever energy is meeting, the melanin creates. So the beautiful thing about very dark people is that anywhere in the planet they can keep up. All right. What happens when you start to burn, that's your melanin no longer able to keep up with the energy. So at this level, it's able to keep up because your melanin's here. But if you go to impact over here, you can't respond anymore. So you start to deteriorate. All right. So you have to always be able to respond. And as long as you can have that core, which will be the sun, and then your skin getting darker, that would be the response. Then you're in tune with nature. All right. And that's why Africans, you see a lot of the culture has a lot of call and response. All right. Because that's what nature does itself. All right. So it's a song. All right. So there's a rhyme to nature. If you rhyme with nature, all right, then that means you're calling a response. So now your skin rhymes with nature. So it gets dark. So what ends up happening though, now the sun sets, or you go back, let's say you went back to visit your family in a sun space. The sun is up here. Your melanin was down here, but it was able to rise up because your potential is really up here, but you're living in a place that's not stimulating your potential. So you're able to go and meet it. You go back to your cold place, and guess what? Your melanin stays up there for a little while. It doesn't just like, oh, no more sun, let's drop. That's a testimony that is storing that energy for later. All right. And it gradually uses it up. So you don't just lose your tan immediately. All right. Especially if you're very dark. Now, a person who's very light, a lot of times you see they run out of their energy faster. So their ability to hold their tan is a lot shorter. All right. So for me, I have an adequate melanin. I'm not the darkest person, but I have a lot of melanin, an abundance enough. So when I go to a place, I'm able to keep my and then I don't have sun for a long time. It might take, it depends on how good of a sun I got. I might keep it for a good month. All right, if I feel healthy. All right, as long as I don't get sick, because if I get sick, I'm tapping into my melanin to heal myself. So you'll lose your tan faster. But if you are good, you can have at least a good month. Well, for myself, for like a Caucasian person, sometimes they start losing their tan within a couple of days. All right. So their ability to store information is even shorter, and the capacity to which they store. So the faster the melanin moves, the more potential. All right. The higher the frequency of what what the genetics can keep up with. All right. So you have people on a scale. Some people are 6 ether, that they just out of tune. For example, you have some people that are 9 ether. All right. Then you have everything in between, which most people, Bible says, true 9 ether beings is, you don't really see them too much. True 6 ether beings is, you don't see them too much. So a lot of people are somewhere in the scale in between. All right. So if you could keep up, all right, with that energy, and you realize that your body is actually having a call and response with very simple things. You don't even have to think about it because it's automatic. All right. So in fact, vibratory information can be stored, as can the light that came to a standstill inside the empty space. These crystals do much through. They also amplify the energy the way a dome shape magnifies sound. All right. So if you could go, for example, if I'm just talking the way I am, and then like for example, when I'm in a shower, sometimes what I do is I'll put my phone in the sink, because the sink is shaped like this. So I noticed that if I put my phone in the sink, I can hear it over the water. So it amplifies the sound. So I could put the phone in the sink, listen to music, and it's amplifying the sound. If I take the phone out of the dome, it's a little bit lower. All right. So just like a dome shape amplifies sound, that's why a lot of concerts are in a dome shape, because it will make the sound more rich. So does the crystals. The crystals can magnify the energy that's around it. All right. So 75. By moving them, amplifying pressure and other stimuli, such as any form of contact or touching, these crystals can be forced to offer up their outformation energy. That is the holographic universe to which I have shown all things are connected, including the wave particles within the crystal. All right. So that's why you see some people, they're like, please don't touch my jewelry. All right, because now you're putting your impression on it. All right, and it's going to react to you. But the thing is that it's a real thing. All right, and now you see why. All right, because this is going to, for example, even if I could read it or not read it, because we know that 20 hertz, for example, 20 hertz, you need at least 20 hertz for you to physically hear something. All right, when you drop below 20 hertz, it's still vibrating, but it's below the human ear. All right, so when you drop to 19 hertz, your human ear can't hear it anymore, but it's still vibrating. So let's say another animal or another type of creature, all right, their ears, they'll be responding to sounds, and it's like, what are they seeing? What are they hearing? All right, it's just outside of the vibration of what you can physically pick up. All right, but your body still picks it up. All right, we're still making impressions on everything, and impressions are being made on us all the time. All right. So by moving them, applying pressure and other stimuli, such as any form of contact or touch, these crystals can be forced to offer up their outformation energy. All right. So you can tap into those, because even by the law of displacement, right? So if I'm going to impress, if you're going to impress energy here, you know, by the law of displacement, that energy has to go somewhere else. It has to move. All right. So you cause a movement. All right. So now you can see, all right, what's happening all over the world to people as well, because you have scientists that study this. All right. They study the psychological effect of certain things on populations. All right. And how they can. So, for example, why do they have sports? All right. What are they feeding on with those sports? So they're amplifying a certain energy when we're bringing all these people together and get them all excited. All right. And you can actually draw from that energy. All right. And then if you look at major cities, all right, throughout the world, specifically in America, they all lay on important grid lines. All right. Because they pull off of those energies. All right. They feed off of those ley lines of the grid, all right, to power the cities. All right. So that's why they build on the grid lines. All right. So these courtships can be programmed by the mind alone. All right. Why can't it be programmed by the mind alone? Because you know that thoughts itself, it imposes movements. For example, the reason why you know it imposes movements, because if you were to have a certain thought, you can actually go and see where you can see a movement, because, for example, your brain matter is part of your nervous system. All right. So you'll see activity in different parts of your brain. All right. So we know that there's some type of movement that's happening. All right. So by your movement, because even though your ears can't hear it, it's still emitting a vibration. The same way that we realize that 19 hertz is still moving, your ears just can't pick it up anymore, but that other animal can. All right. And they say, oh, it's hearing to the spiritual. Spiritual just means another dimension outside the physical. All right. So if you can hear into the 19 hertz, then you're hearing into a realm that the average person doesn't hear into. The same way that there's a few people on the planet, and it's only females, that the average person who has functioning eyes, they will have 3 cones in their eyes. You need at least 3 cones. Well, you need 3 cones to be put together in a healthy way. And you'll be able to see the color spectrum if you have the 3 cones, number one, and if they are operating properly. Because you could have 3 cones, but something is wrong with one of them. You're going to be colorblind, all right? Either fully colorblind or to some degree, all right? So let's just say there's no color blindness. You're going to have 3 cones. And you're going to see into the spectrum. Then there's a certain spectrum that humans could see. Now, when you go past that spectrum, it's no longer visible to your eye, but there are other creatures that can see it. But there are a small part of the population that actually has an extra cone in their eye. That's not a normal human thing. All right. So for that person who has that extra cone in their eye, it makes them see colors that other people can't see. So they can pick up outside of the spectrum of normal human sight. All right. And they can see things. However, as far as colors. And however, though, what's interesting is because the way that the cones interact with the chromosomes, right? That it only works as an enhancement on women. If men have an extra cone, what's going to happen is that he'll be colorblind. All right. So it acts like a defect on if a man has that. It acts like an enhancement if a woman has that. All right. Don't know why, but that's just the way it is. All right. So we can see outside the human spectrum, hear outside the human spectrum if we know what to sense for. All right. So these quartz chips can be programmed by the mind alone. As in fact, thoughts are simple energy waves themselves. All right. You might not be able to hear someone's thoughts, but in some shape or form, you pick it up. All right. And an example of that, we'll go back to that first story that I told yesterday about in 1957, Vladimir Guerrero, who's a French scientist, he was researching infrasonic waves. All right. And there was a building because what happened was that there were people that was working on this building and they were all getting very sick. They were all throwing up, being very nauseous. All right. So they thought it was some type of chemical. There was nothing that anybody could hear, nothing anybody could see or smell, but they thought maybe there was some chemical toxicity. So they were investigating. They couldn't find any chemicals. But it turns out what was happening was that there was a low speed motor. All right. And it was loosely posed. All right. So it wasn't set right. And it was causing these people to get sick just from the vibration. They couldn't hear it, but it caused them to get sick. All right. So when they found out that it was from the vibration, they realized, oh, vibrations can make us sick. It can actually heal us too. Even if we can't physically or hear it, it's still having an effect on the beings. All right. So now you see thoughts themselves, all right, causes certain movements. All right. Because if something's wrong with the part of your brain, you won't be able to tap into that, for example. All right. Because you need to be able to vibrate. So you're tapping into vibrations and you interpret them as thoughts. The same way when you tap into a vibration through your ear, you interpret it as sound. All right. So, as in fact, thoughts are simple energy waves in themselves. If these crystals could read minds of mortals as they can, then you can do the reverse and read crystals with the mind. All right. And some people do. They might call it intuition. Because you know how some people, they are giving off energy. Like some people, they didn't have to say anything. You didn't even have to see them. It's just, you feel uncomfortable. And it's like, oh, that person means trouble. And sometimes you're correct. All right. Sometimes it's you that actually, your converter might be off. But for the most part, you might see that. You might look into it and you can see that people are actually giving off vibrations. All right. And that's why people say, oh, I didn't like the vibe, so I left. Vibe, they meant vibration. All right. So you're picking up vibrations all the time. And what ended up happening is that you're being taught to ignore your higher senses. All right. And there's nothing spooky about it because now we're getting science behind the higher senses. So we can now honor, all right? We can honor all parts of our being, all right? And not feel spooky about it anymore. So 79, you see when the thalamus gland is stimulated, the subconscious seems to yield more information. And according to many psychics or adepts of higher learning, it is with the aid of the crystal or indeed a magnifying effect of Paa Taraq or the pyramid, which makes it possible for energy information to be picked up by the mind radio in the head. All right. So we know that the thalamus gland is part of that as well. All right. So we're talking about our thalamus gland. So now you see why you have the pineal gland, you have the thalamus gland, you have your thyroid gland, you have all these different glands. All right. And we learn later on that you always see the chakras as going up and down. All right. When in actuality, it's great that they're acknowledging the nervous system. All right. Because that's your highway, but that's not the actual seats. That's just the highway. The chakras are in the glands. All right. So if you can vibrate those glands, you can secrete that information from it. All right. And you're going to give off different hormones because our glands is what responds. All right. So it gets stimulated and then it responds. All right. So from outformation, okay, information starts to make outformation. All right. So these crystals will read minds of mortals as they can, then you can in the reverse. When you see the thalamus gland, all right, so the thalamus gland is here in your brain. All right. So certain vibrations can activate different glands in your body. All right. The same way that vibration was activating those people to throw up. All right. You can have healing, however you want to vibrate. All right. Or whatever you're trying to do. All right. If you understand the science of how you put together. All right. So that was the power that Baba says. Okay. You chant on FAC. All right. You start on A always though. All right. Because if your capacitor is off, you're going to read all the energy crooked. So you're going to think everybody's a problem except for you. All right. So you always start by your capacitor first, which is your foundation, which is your own body. Your body, you know, is A. All right. So now you got A tuned up. Cool. All right. Now we can start opening the glands. So now you go to FAC. All right. So A does one thing for your body. C does something else. C does something else. Once you could do all of those, you can start to open multiple glands at once. Now you're going to other dimensions. All right. So the pyramids have an effect. The pyramids had an effect of contact with other worlds. All right. Why? Because the pyramids would be at a certain angle. If it's at a certain angle, and if they know what they're aspiring to, and they're looking to connect to, they know the angles of this. That's very close or very small or something very far away. They will duplicate that angle, right? And then they'll be able to get to that same place instantaneously through a vibration. All right. So they were able to contact other worlds and get all the information from all these other worlds. All right. That's why people try to lie to Baba. He might play dumb, for example, but if he can tap into your vibration, you just know somewhere he's lying, but you just play dumb. All right. So the pyramid has an effect on contact with other worlds. All right. Because if you can get the information from planets light years and light years away, it's silly to think that you can lie to somebody sitting right next to you. All right. If you're honest about vibrations. All right. And that's why there was a funny it was a funny meme. And then it said in the meme, it said, why don't mortals, they were talking about human beings, why don't mortals do telepathy, right? Because they were doing telepathy. And it says, why don't humans do telepathy? And then the other alien sent the thought back and said, because they have a lot to hide. All right. So they have a lot to hide. So if you lying to yourself, you're going to create walls from all the wisdom around you. All right. So you won't be able to tap in. But if you're honest with yourself, you're tapping into the wisdom around you. All right. Because you're letting those vibrations respond. All right. So if your capacitor is off, you're going to misread all the information. All right. So that's why Bible says you always start with yourself. You start chanting on A. Everybody wants to go to Risk and all these other places. And you ain't even take the time to look at the world that you're in right now that you can confirm. All right. Everybody wants all this great knowledge and they don't even know how to breathe properly. All right. You'll always be at the mercy of the seconds until you can get real with yourself. All right. And that's what we're learning to do. All right. That's why we start on A. All right. So the pyramid had an effect of contact with other worlds. 81, just by sitting quietly inside a pyramid as a crystal, creating a balancing effect, and the electromagnetic field created by the pyramid shape, linked to gold capstones at the right time, and at the base angle of the Great Pyramid is degrees, that triangular structure of the quartz crystal. We are always receiving sounds from outer space. All right. So whether you can hear them or not, you know that there's always being sounds emitted. All right. Because why? Because everything is always vibrating. Earth itself, like for example, you can't hear your DNA, but it's loud because it's moving. All right. And when you start looking at the structures, it's just out of the human's ear audibility. Right? But it's giving off a sound. All right. The planets are moving, giving off a sound. Space itself gives off a sound. So when one thing moves, all right, now you have a different degree. All right. So that means it's a different note. All right, or a different vibration or volume. So when you move this way, all right, that means that your genetics are going to move this way too to keep up with the sound. Because your genetics will always, if you're a natural being, your genetics will always adapt in a call and response of natural nature. All right. So you don't hear the sun. All right. But you feel the sun. And in the sun, you have that response. All right. You get darker. All right. The people that they were in the building and that sound was going off, they didn't hear it, but they threw up. All right. That was their response. All right. So there's always call and response. All right. So beyond time, from beings that exist out of the body, locked by time. All right, let me read that other sentence first. 81. So just by sitting quietly inside a pyramid as a crystal, creating a balancing effect, and the electromagnetic field created by the pyramid shape. So why are they sitting inside the pyramid? All right. Because what they're doing is recalibrating their own crystals inside of them. All right. So it said it was creating a balancing effect. So they were using it to tune up. All right. And the electromagnetic field created a pyramid by a pyramid shape. All right. Why was the pyramid so important at that particular degree? We find out because, well, that's the same way that the quartz crystal, for example. And then when you start to, now that we have a little bit more sciences available, scientists start looking at the collagen fibers and everything, you start finding that the same crystals exist inside of human beings. All right. So they would sit inside of there to rebalance themselves, to clear their head. All right. So now they can link to wherever they wanted to, and they can go any place. So it was to teleport, all right? And they would do that through vibration. To gold capstones, that's money. Gold capstones at the right time. And the base angle of the Great Pyramid is degrees, a triangular structure of quartz crystal. We are always receiving sounds from outer space. All right. So that's free energy. All right. Why? Because there's always movements. So they would use it. All right. To draw an energy, to reshift themselves. All right. 82. Beyond time, from beings that exist out of the body, locked by time. Those of your own genes are speaking to you from other realms. You just have to learn how to tune into the same frequency. All right. Because that you have your physical genetics, and your physical genetics is being made by these certain vibrations. Because when you start breaking down that physical, you know that this shape, you could draw different shapes. That shape is going to give off a different sound than that shape. All right. And the people who share a lot of DNA, they have a lot of things in common. All right. Because we don't look the way we do randomly. It's not random. All right. So you have a group of people that they look very similar. That means that their genetics have a lot in common. That means that their vibration has a lot in common as well. All right. And that vibration doesn't just stop just because of the DNA. It just keeps going past, because the DNA is really a response to that vibration. All right. It's not the other way around. All right. Because when you start putting the different vibrations, it will start to respond by making structures around it. So which is older? Is the DNA older, or is the vibration older? You know that the vibration is actually older. All right. Or the spiritual is actually older than the physical. All right. The physical is a reaction to the spiritual or to that vibration. All right. So 84. Once you do that, you can hear them and feel them and even touch them. All right. So once you get onto their frequency, you can actually sit with them. You could talk to them. You could even touch them or visit them and they visit you. 86. Yet you must be aware of pretenders of Isfat, lower frequencies who come into your body or take on a ghost form to deceive you. All right. So that's where the protections come of being honest with yourself. Because the reality, there's all types of energy. All right. There's energy that's for you, that's from your bloodline, and there's also opportunistic energies as well. Your ancestors' vibration is not the only vibration that's out there. All right. And if you haven't taken the time to get real with yourself, all right, you'll come across other entities pretending to be your family. All right. So you take time with the first confirmation is you. All right. So you must be aware of pretenders of Isfat. That's lower frequencies who come into your body or take on a ghost form to deceive you. All right. And then some not, and then also you may also have in your own vibration, some of your ancestors may not have really been for you too. All right. So not all the frequencies, because you might be composed of many different things. All right. So you start to be more mindful of where you're trying to get. You don't just pick up the phone and randomly call somebody and be like, and then tell them all your problems. All right. Now your bank account's empty. All right. That's what happens. All right. Everybody on the other side of the phone is not your friend, but your friend, in order for you to contact your friend, you may have to get on the phone, but you realize that you can't randomly call numbers. So you have to just be mindful. All right. That's why we don't gamble, and we learn about our fate. So we're not at the mercy of faith, because with fate, you know exactly how this is put together, exactly where you're going, why you're doing it. And you have all the answers to that. So now If this is what you want, this is what you do to get there. There's no faith that's required for that. Faith is, well, I'm just going to see what happens. And anything could walk through the door. All right. So we don't live by faith. We don't gamble. All right. So if you don't know, it's better to leave it alone until you know and take time. Just like if you go to a chemical lab, you don't just tell a child, like, go in the lab and mix and be happy. Because now they just blew up the whole lab. That's irresponsible. What you do is you study the chemicals first, how things are put together. That's what a scientist would do. And it's not that the chemicals are bad, but you can have a misuse and a proper use of anything. All right. So 87, they can appear as angelic forms according to how your mind sees Jesus or grays, ghosts, ghouls, demons, or dead friends, and even relatives. They get to shape or form by what is already in your subconscious mind. All right. So you have these pretending forces that they will take the form of what you want to see. If you want to see Jesus, going to say it's not a force that's for you, but it's going to give you Jesus. All right. If you want to see a dead relative, you'll see it's not really a dead relative. It's a pretending. All right. Because it's your subconscious mind that is projecting that, and those energies will vibrate around it. All right. So you give them form as by what you wish them to look like and who you wish them to be. 89. Many people have been fooled into thinking they are prophets or others, saying they were visited by angels, married Jesus and others, while even others claim they were visited by demons and devils. The dead will play games with the seeker who do not know how to protect themselves from these lower beings. All right. So if you don't know much about chemicals, maybe you should leave them alone till you learn about them. All right. Even though you're interacting all the time, you still take time though to get to know. Now you're closing up those opportunistic entities. I remember Baba saying that you have to close the holes in the DNA. And this is what this doctrine is meant to do, to round out the DNA. That's why he calls it genetic doctrine. You're closing those holes in the DNA. All right. Holes in the mind. All right. Because these are the glitches that they're using. All right. To rule your life. All right. So now you're learning to take control back of your life and stop giving over your power. $90. All right. So whose only wish? So we're talking about these lower beings who seek to deceive many of us, whose only wish is to incarnate for the moment to feel life on this realm again and use the person's body for whatever. All right. So that's why Baba says we don't do Ouija boards. All right. The reason why we don't use Ouija boards, for example, is because you're opening a portal, but it's a random portal. All right. So it's like going on the internet and putting your address out there. You might have a crazy person that wants to just come through. All right. And then they will first read your profile. What they will do is, all right, it's the spiritual world and physical world is not different. They will read your profile first. They might even befriend you. They might befriend you so they get dirt on you. And then, that's what people do, right? So you can have a person or an entity that they will read your profile first. And they want what they want. So if you want me to be that, yeah, I'll be this or that. All right. And then you realize that they just want to access to do what they wanted for that moment. And now the moment's over and you're left to pick up the pieces of your life. All right. And Baba said that a lot of people who get involved with these things, especially if they're a very dramatic person, because these entities feed on the drama. A lot of times people open these portals and since they know your number, they keep coming back. All right. So he says, don't even play around with it. Now you know why. All right. So it's not to say that tapping into the other side of the world is a bad thing. All right. It's that it's irresponsible to just randomly dial out. All right. So whose only wish is to incarnate for the moment to feel life on this realm again and use a person's body for whatever. All right. So you might have an entity that comes through that's not so bad, but you don't know what you're calling through. You don't want to take that chance. All right. 91. Some have sexual acts with the living to birth from them demon children from the lower abodes or lower realms, who can ascend up to this realm at will, open gates for evil forces or just disembodied spirits, ghosts, specters, ghouls. Be very careful when you play with other realms. So now you know sex itself is playing with another realm too, because he put that together. So having sex with somebody is like getting a Ouija board, especially you just meet someone randomly. All right. Not that sex is bad, not that your ancestors bad. None of this is bad, but you have different kind of beings, and if you need to learn how to differentiate so you can protect yourself, all right? And then you could deal with your own forces, all right? Some have sexual acts with the living to birth from them demon children. So they might use a person's body, you get a walk-in, all right? What's happened, you get that walk-in while you're having sex. You don't think that walk-in is having an effect on the genetics, all right? Because you're going to vibrate a little different. That's why some people, when they get angry, they might look a little different, all right? Because the genetics will shift. When you're happy, you have different micro expressions, all right? Your eyes dilate differently, all right? Rahubat Atum Kofi.
Rahubat Samatat. Is that the same like some have sexual acts with the living to birth the demon children for the lower realms? Is this also those succubus and incubus beings?
Oh, yes. Yes. You have
So
all
when you're
types of
sleeping, yes.
Oh, when you're sleeping, but also like, let's just say there's many ways that it can happen. Let's just say that person is possessed and you go sleep with that physical person. All right.
Mm,
There's many ways. There's many gateways, and sex is a easy one because a lot of us have sex without thinking. All right. So that's
yes.
spiritually unsanitary too.
Okay, clear. Thank you.
Right. Right. All right. But it can include what you said too. You know, some people it also depends on how much they're empowering these beings. All right. Because if you have a very strong one and your genetics, like for example, it's like the sun. All right. You have a physical sun and you have our melanin. Our melanin is strong enough to keep up with that physical sun. So most Black people never burn. Unless something is wrong with you, you need to do a detox. Unless you have maybe you have a lot of Caucasian in you. But let's say you're a healthy Black person with enough genes, you have enough sun heat genes, the sun ain't gonna do nothing to you because that's another thing that Baba said, that you have your natural protections. And he said psychic self-defense. Caucasians have a lot lower psychic self-defense, not just from the elements, but from actually forces, because the elements are forces. All right. So you notice that they succumb. All right. So the sun is up here and they just burning and his skin is peeling. All right. This other entity is able. So you notice that they get picked up a lot. All right. The ones who's having sex with them, I'm not saying that never happens to us, but that happens more to them. And it has to do with the weakness of the genes. All right. And they're more closer to the level of those genes. You're way up here. So that other entity may want to do that to you, but until you bring yourself low enough, they can't affect you. You bring yourself low enough, you know what I'm saying? Because you could start doing things to break down your natural protections. Now you're outside of that. But it's like they may want to do things to you, but they just can't penetrate your genetics like that. It's harder for some beings than others. All right. Depending on how strong that force is versus how strong that being is, that person. All right. And there's some people that they're constantly, so some people, they go hook up with people every night because they don't know the science of the body. So they're just like, oh, I'm single. You know, I could go to the club and meet a nice girl or a nice guy and take them home. What's that hurting anybody? And then they do it again and again. All right. You might be able to fight off one entity, but you Now you don't even realize you're being attacked by so many. Next thing you know, you start getting broken down. So you have this different entities, and some benign, some good, some not good. All right, but it's just a lot. It's a lot for your body to keep up with. All right, so we're on 92. So in fact, life is nothing more than waves, sound, light, and a form of illusion. All right, so things appear solid. All right, even though I'm touching this and I'm interacting with it and I'm sensing it, I can feel it, I can see it. All right, when I'm holding it close enough, I'm sure it's reflecting a light off of my eyes, so it's sending light into my body. All right, when I pull it away, the light angle changes. All right, up here you'll see I can feel the coolness of it. All right, the weight of it. But the reality is that I appear solid too, but when you start to step back, it's just a bunch of little particles, all right, that's vibrating, all right, and it appears solid, and it appears as one thing, but it's not one thing, all right. So that's the reality for everything, all right. So life itself is nothing more than waves, sound, and light in the form of an illusion, all right. So my appearance is an illusion, all right. And when you say illusion, it just means how things appear, all right? How things appear. It's an appearance. Appearances change, all right, depending on the vibrations behind it. As the vibrations start slowing down and slowing down, I'm going to start aging, all right? 93. Nothing you touch is really solid at all. I mean, nothing you touch is really solid. All things are vibrating. That should be a period. Nothing you touch is really solid. All things are vibrating. And the speed by which things vibrate determine how dense a thing or being is. All right? So, for example, an African, they give off a very different vibration than a Caucasian. You just know that because, for example, you can have your melanocyte. All right? Your melanocyte is the site in which, because really skin is transparent on everybody, right? Doesn't matter if you're black, you're white, everybody's skin is transparent. But what happens, your melanocyte is active all the time. So it makes a pigment called melanin, all right, which are like little dots, and it sends it to the surface of your skin, all right, which are little they're called transmitters, all right, because your melanin, thank goodness to your melanin, you're able to process the world, because you need melanin to stabilize your nervous system, all right. Your nervous system is used to sense things, all right. So you have your melanin, and the faster it's vibrating, the faster the output. So you can make a lot more. A Caucasian, for example, you can have two people. So you would think that Africans have more melanocytes. As far as I know, unless the person is albino, when an albino, they're missing melanocytes. And then you have different forms. But you can have a light person, and then you have a dark person. And the light and dark person typically has the same amount of melanocytes. All right. There's give or take differences, but let's just say a healthy being. They have the same amount of melanocytes. But for some reason, the scientists don't know why, that they can see, why does the African's melanocyte move so much faster? It reproduces faster. And then they also find that's true also for the African people reproduction when it comes to having children. They find that Africans also reproduce babies faster than Caucasians. Their melanocytes reproduce pigment faster than the Caucasians, all right? So you're using a fuller potential, all right? So, and it would determine, so the speed of vibration will determine how dense a thing or being is. And then also, even an African skeleton, if the person is healthy, I keep saying if the person is healthy because there's a lot of people who's not healthy, will have more dense, the bones are more solid, more dense, all right, than a Caucasian. That's why Caucasians get fractures and break bones a lot easier, all right, because the vibration is slower on every level. So the melanin vibration is smaller, the reproduction vibration is smaller, the bone is smaller, all right. That's why you also heal faster, all right, if you're healthy, all right. But now you know you're going to be healthy because now you're going to respect your body, because now you know how things are put together. You didn't know before, so now you're going to cherish what you have, all right. Because we take things for granted. Everybody always talks about white privilege. The reality, there's a lot of black privilege. It's a privilege to be able to sit in the sun and not have to think about it, all right. It's a privilege to do a lot of things. You start to appreciate what you have and stop looking in someone else's yard and their grass is greener. Your grass is greener, all right? Appreciate your privilege, your vibration, to each their own, all right? So to bring about solid, let's go back. I skipped. 94. It's given atomic numbers to the count of the weight of an atom. All right, so now we're going to the periodic table. So we start to weigh things. So the hydrogen molecule has the value of 1, all right, in the nucleus. So that means 1 proton, all right. Then you go into helium, which is a little bit heavier. It has 2 protons, all right. Then you go into lithium, that has 3 protons, and you go on and on, all right. And you notice things are getting heavier, right, more dense. And that also lets you know that the vibration is going to be different. All right. So you can go on, because each weight, it will have its law of vibration too. All right. So if you want to get into the hydrogen or something, all right, then you go into that weight or that vibration. All right. And that's what they do also when they want to do sperm, right? When they're looking at female sperm and male sperm, and they want to separate. We want to make a boy child. We want to make a girl child, and they'll do genetic modification. All right. What they'll do is to separate it. Instead of getting a random sperm, they can put a certain vibration. So what will happen is that the female sperms, they will sink to the bottom, and the male sperms will float to the top. All right. Why is that? Because it's a different size. Female sperm is a lot heavier than a male sperm. All right. I'm talking about inside the male. The male has Y and X chromosomes. He has both in the sperm. So his X chromosome sperm is going to be heavier than the Y chromosome sperm. All right. So you can separate it. But now they're learning, as women get more turned on, all right, they're realizing that they thought that the sperm racing to the egg, they thought that it was a random race and may the fastest one wins. If that's the case, then there should be more men, right? Because the Y is lighter. That means it should swim faster, right? But the reality, that's not really how it works. The way that it works is that the egg has the ability to actually attract the actual sperm that it wants, and it can actually have repulsing. So its vibration can repulse the sperm it doesn't want. So it can make the ones that it wants swim faster, and then another sperm can get to the egg faster, and it won't let it in until the sperm that it wanted to get to the egg, because the one that gets to the egg first, you notice it doesn't always break the shell. So the female, sometimes the female's egg, they're both healthy, but the female egg doesn't want any of the sperm. All right. So what ends up happening is that the female, as she gets more activated and turned on, she's going to learn how to send those thoughts and signals, and it's not going to be so random, because you're not just going to be picking up a phone anymore, randomly dialing people and then starting a conversation. You could realize that even within inside the very way people are being put together, you can actually pinpoint what you want if you're in touch with yourself. You can be in touch with the parts of that other person that you're actually looking for. All right. And you can actually create special type of beings like that. All right. but it has to do with the and that's why it's this is a feminine doctrine, because you realize that we're at the mercy of the female mind, if that's the case, because life is coming through her, because nothing will happen that she's not allowing. All right, even for which sperm gets to move forward. So what's happening is that they're shutting down the potential. And the reality, the reason why that's happening is because that's opportunistic entities that's responsible for that. All right. Because beings that are up here, it's in their best interest for the mind to be activated. Beings who are down here from Isfit, they want you to keep dialing the random numbers. All right. So they keep you outside of your own mind, specifically attacking the mothers and the women. All right. So now the whole race could be outside the mind, and then you could give birth to demons again, like in 91. All right. So demon children from lower realms and abodes can ascend up at will. All right. And they want to keep everybody on a lower, like how Baba said, for example, Caucasians have less protections psychologically and physically. So they want to get everyone more on the Caucasians' wavelength. So if we get the Caucasians, they're down here. So let's make humanity be part of the weakest link. Instead of making everybody, the strongest one should be the standard, not the weakest one. So if you put the strongest one as the standard, you raise the vibration. You raise the potential, all right, of the whole planet. If you put the weakest one as the example, you're going to lower the standard. All right. So which beings will want which? All right. Now you know why. All right. So it's given atomic numbers to count the weight of atoms, 95, to bring about solid, liquid, gas, bone, blood, breath. All no more than sound and light waves. All right. Sound and light waves. All right. So your body responded to a music, a song. So now you can see, wow, the way I'm breathing is a song. The way I'm just existing. All right. It's a response to a vibration. All right. And now you look at your fellow brother and sister of humanity, and you could see, are we on the same song? All right. And then you make your determinations. All right. And then also you'll see the fruits of how they behave as well. All right, and then you stop denying what's in front of your face, because the next control is racial indifference. The reality is we pay attention to race. It doesn't mean that we hate race. You know, you respect things as it is. All right, so you can maneuver yourself, and everybody can play their part. All right, but if you're trying to make a song, and you say, it doesn't matter if it's a flute or a drum or whatever, you're going to just make noise, all right? Because every part should be in its place, all right? Then you have a nice song, all right? So now you can look at humanity and you say, wow, that's why we do these things, all right? So 96. And not by chance. To claim evolution happens by chance is to say your thoughts are not more than manifested by chance or manifestation of a brain, which is matter, is a merely physical organ evolved through the ages. All right. So to just claim that evolution happens by chance is to ignore the rules of nature. All right. Nothing's by chance. So now when you can find the patterns, you realize nothing's by chance. Because if there's a pattern, if you could look at an eyeball and then you could look out in space and see your eyeball, you realize that your eyeball is not a random thing. You start to see, wow, the way that this rock is put together. Then you look at a leaf, and then you look at this animal. And then you start to see that same pattern, all right, with different mediums. You start to say, wow, all right, things are evolving, but it's not a chance by chance thing. So to say by chance, you're going to be ignoring patterns, and you won't be able to master them, all right. 97. However, since the brain and the cells which compose it are made up of atoms and cells, how can the workings be by chance? All right, that wouldn't make sense. Atoms have been arranged in the human brain in such a way as to perceive themselves. All right, Why is that? Because the atoms can actually communicate with each other. You can self-analyze, all right? So if you could perceive yourself, what is it being based on? A pattern, all right? 98. That is to create out of nothing. Then learn that it created itself out of nothing is a process of thinking and planning, because you have, by way of the brain, the ability to learn more and more about the brain itself. All right. So you can use your brain to even learn more about your brain. All right. Because you're starting to see, wow, things are unfolding as a process. And that process is actually still going. It's ongoing. So when you're going through a process, you're actually going through a form of evolution. All right. Because if I want to, for example, I want to make this tea. All right. It's very possible for me to get this tea. But I can take this, go through its process, the water boils, all right, cools off. And there's a whole process, you know, by which this thing is coming about. So now you see, wow, I'm having a thought. That thought is unraveling as a process, all right? And it's leading me to another process and another process. And you realize it's an ongoing process, all right, which is a pattern, all right? So 99, if in fact it is created by chance, at the very moment of its creation, it would know that it would know all there is to know about it, and that is not the case. All right. So if it was just by chance, it's like, oh, now I know it, and that's it. And then you realize, wow, as soon as I learn something, it's unfolding more, because I'm learning about cells, and I don't care about planets. I don't know about extraterrestrials. I don't know about that. I know about cells. Then you start unfolding and you folding and unfolding, and you're like, wow, I'm learning more. Now you end up not being able to tell that story about your cells without talking about the planets anymore. Now it's going to take you to that. Then it keeps unfolding, and you're going to start seeing the pattern. Wow, it has the same angle. So when the Earth goes to 23 degrees, I didn't know that the cells are actually on 22 degrees too. Wow. You know, so you'll start to see, wow, that processes keep going, all right. And it's, so if it was a random thing, you would just know it, all right, because it wouldn't fit into a pattern. It would just be, all right, just a random thing. 100. Only mind can perceive subatomic structure as those of ether and mind, therefore must be outside the brain. Mind is a power created by higher beings and made part of a human experience called mental. All right. So now you're starting to see the connections. So for example, I was talking about, like, I just want to talk about cells. I want to be talking about subjects. You become subjugated, right? When you think of it being you get subjugated, that means that you get under something. You're stuck under there as a subject. You're below something, right? And that's what they do. They subjugate. So you go and you learn subjects in school. All right. But you can start at a point. So think of a subject as not, don't become so subject. Think of it as a point. So my interest is cells. His interest is planets. His interest is animals. All right. Seems totally unrelated, right? If they study long enough, they're going to end up in each other's world, because they won't be able to tell their story in a complete way without including each other. All right. So that's the same thing with the mind, because when the mind starts to say, let me start with myself, it won't be able to tell its complete story without also including but this over there and that over there. So then it starts to say, wow, I'm not as random as I thought. And it's like, that's a part of healing too, because a lot of times a person, they're like, what is wrong with me? Or whatever the case is, and they're going through their little growing pains. All right. They feel so disconnected. All right. And they're just like, and that's why a lot of people hurt themselves, because they don't see where they fit. The reality of, if you study yourself long enough, if you're honest with yourself, you start seeing what predated you. So what led to this feeling? All right. And you see how it's playing out. So you see how things affect you, and you see how you affect things. All right. And now you start to heal that relationship. because you start making it whole. All right. Because a lot of times people feel isolated, and that's where the traumas happen. So that's where the traumas happen with our information. The person who was interested in the cells, they couldn't relate to the person who was interested in the planets. And they couldn't relate. They're like, oh, well, I like plants and you like animals. What does that have to do with each other? Stay in your lane. And the reality is, yeah, you do stay in your lane. You play your part, but you realize you cannot talk about plants. You cannot talk about animals without talking about plants, because there would be no animals without plants, and so on and so on and so on. And then you see that animals fertilize the plants, and you start seeing the cycles, and then you start to say, wow, I just told the same story over and over and over again. I just told the same story, just on different dimensions. I was talking about cells, and I was like, there's no such thing as extraterrestrials. And then I just talked about the human body. And then after you've gone through the whole journey of the human body, you talked about the liver, you talked about the kidneys, you talked about all that, the different dimensions of, you start to realize that you're going right into gray matter, right? Which matches the same gray matter that's out in space. And you realize, like, wow, I just told an extraterrestrial story without even leaving the planet, all right? Because you perceive yourself and it plugs in, all right? So that's what the mind does to itself. All right. So 101. Now, bear in mind, Nuwapians, that the resonance of this planet Earth we call Paa Taraq is the same as 0 to 40 hertz spectrum as the human mind. All right. So didn't we learn about hertz? Hertz is how fast a sound wave is moving. All right. So what is the human hearing apparatus? The human hearing can hear anything above 20 hertz and below 20 kilohertz. So that's where you pick it up as sound. All right. But if you have a dog whistle and you blow it, all the dogs are coming. You didn't hear anything. All right. But you fall to hear 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. All right. So now you know the planet Earth itself is vibrating at 0 to 40 hertz. So there's certain things that's about the Earth that's actually in your audible perception, and certain things about the Earth that's outside of your auto perception. But if you had an instrument to measure it, all right, you'll see it moving. You can't hear it, and then it starts moving, and then it goes into a realm and you can hear it, and then you're like, wow, there's certain parts of nature I can hear, certain parts I can't hear, all right, but it's all affecting me, all right. So 102, your same mind linked, all right, the human mind. So you know that the human mind actually can perceive outside of its physical senses now, because you know that hearing, for example, is a physical sense. All right. So you need to at least be on 20 hertz to be able to hear, which a physical is. All right. But the mind itself can actually drop lower than the physical. So you can actually go within the realm of 19 hertz, 18 hertz. All right. You could drop all the way down to 0 hertz. All right. Which is the same as the planet. All right. So your same mind linked to the mental abode that is constantly emitting signals into the environment around these signals are much more than just waves. They become also particles. That is matter. All right. So these waves, what happens to the waves? They start to attract. You start to go into that vacuum again. All right. This is the birth you start seeing. Who's that? You start seeing Nuts and Geb. That's Nut and Geb. All right. Because it starts to centralize to the focal point and pressurize. All right. And let's see. So your same mind linked and the mental abode is constantly emitting signals into the environment around these signals. Much more than waves, they become also particles. That is matter. You have enough of these particles, all right? So if you have enough of these particles right here, you'll start to create matter, all right? So if you look at me, I'm a collection of many particles, all right? Because I just go like this and I scrape some away, all right? And then you look at the microscope and there's so many particles, all right? But when I scrape this away, because when you go like this, actually some does come off. And but your eyes don't perceive it. But if you have the right instrument, you can see it. All right. So these particles solidified, and that's the science of existing, because the reality is that when you say ego, you say I, right? You say I to say ego. So what is the ego? What is the existence? Your ego actually is what keeps you solid. Our ego keeps us solid because these particles were centralized around that common theme. The common theme is you, which is your ego. All right. So your will to be here. Keep those particles together. All right. And that's why Bob was saying that you have to learn to be less dense. All right. Because you can actually dematerialize. All right. Some beings will actually be able to dematerialize, but you can take the particles apart. All right. But that means that you learn to let go of the ego. All right. Which many of us, they'll get closer there through a natural transition. All right. 103. Just as you see stars, as in Najumat stars in the night sky, as little lights, flickering billions of light years away. All right. So you have all these particles of energy that's happening on a magnitude. That's a magnitude level. But on a smaller level, when you look at a structure, you'll actually notice that you'll see flickerings of light as well. All right. And they're being held together by a matrix. All right. So let me go back. These will look like little flickerings of light. All right. Because around each of these, you have the electrons going around it, and the neutrons and the protons. All right. At the center. All right. So there's a universe in each little dot itself. And then you see the bigger universe. And then you realize I keep telling the same story over and over. All right. You're just talking about the patterns of life, existence. And you'll be able to recognize it now, no matter what form it takes. 103. Just as you see Najumat stars in the night sky as little lights flickering billions of light years away. 104. And the light year is how far light can travel in 1 year, be it solar, 365, or lunar, 354. All right. So different parts of the planet, people measure their year differently. Some go by how their relationship between them and the sun. So based on that relationship, it's 365 days. Some people prefer to follow their relationship to the moon. So how many times it takes that complete cycle for the moon relationship is 354. All right. So that would be a light year. A light travels at the speed of 186, 274.5 feet per second. That makes 1 light year, around 6 trillion miles away from Earth. All right. So you can see how far you're traveling from star to star. All right. And how long will it take you to get there? How many miles that is. All right. So now you don't want to be stuck on timelines anymore. That's what Bob is learning to take us off. He's taking us out of the seconds and putting us in the first. You can only get to the first through vibrations. So many people are sitting there and they're still stuck in the holy tablets, which I have mine right here. All right. So I'm not disrespecting the holy tablets because it played its part. All right. To help unravel, because you can't just yank somebody's mind, because then you could do damage sometimes. You have to unwrap it slowly. All right. Explain it away. But some people are still sitting here and they're going to say, I'm going to wait for the berry to come pick me up, and I'm going to get on this craft, and then we just going to be sitting on the craft and going millions and millions and millions of billions. And I'm not saying that's not possible. All right. But I'm also saying that the quicker way to get there would be through a vibration. Because if you could resonate on that dot from here to there, you're there right now. All right. So let's continue. 105. And Najumats and stars are billions of light years away. Many of these najamats are no longer there. When you look up at night, they are stars that have died. All right. So somebody was explaining that to me. He's a mathematician. All right. He's not into the doctrine at all. And also my teachers. I remember teaching me this too. But he's really into like the mathematician stuff, this other guy. So he was telling me that a lot of the things that you're looking into is a past event that's not really happening here, because he was talking about how fast it actually takes for light to travel. By the time it reached your eye, that sun is already dead. It's not even there anymore. So you have such distances, so you might be looking into something that doesn't even exist anymore. So by that time that message reaches your optic nerve, all right, from very, very far away, all right, because that's how long it takes light to travel. By the time it reaches your optic nerve, and by the time you make it over there, all right, it's a whole different event. So you're actually looking into the past. All right. A lot of the times you're looking into the past. All right. So many of the najamats are no longer there. When you look at nights, they are stars that have died. 107. Yet and still you see the Pa Nawar, the lights. All right. That's why it's all about lights. Appearances are just illusions because it appears there. All right. Now something is really close. This appears there. I can just reach out and touch it like this very fast. By the time that light travels, it's already turned off because the particles are still emitting. All right. For that long distance of that journey. All right. By the time it makes its way here. All right. So many of the najamats are no longer there. When you look at the night, they have died. Yet and still you can see Pa Nawar, the lights. All right. That's why Baba has another scroll called the God of Light and Fire. He says, stop being blinded by the luster of lust. All right. So we acknowledge the what's. All right. Light would be the what. But we go back to the who. All right. So all these people that's coming, they're like, I want to be the true light. And you need to follow me. All right. There was a warning, Baba said, don't be fooled for the gods. All right. Because I would be a demi being. All right. Because there's limits to light. All right. But there's no limits to darkness because you could recycle. That's where you go to recycle. All right. And that's where the movements is happening. So Baba shows us how to get behind the light. All right. 108. You now know this light to be wave matter particle. 109. You also know by seeing a light now that has died years ago, yet it is still a continued life of the Najum that you see, or the star that you see. 110. You yourself as a part of the laws of chaos, or isfut and order, ma'at, are no different from those stars you are made up of at the exact same atoms, cells, elements of light, life and energy. All right. So you have to respect your own quote unquote good and bad. All right. Or you have to respect your own order and chaos. All right. Because the reality is that you have a certain order. All right. That's your appearance, and you can have your disorder. That's when you start to what do you call that? Dematerialize. Materialization and dematerialization. And you can't really tell the story of materialization without comprehending before things materialize. All right. So now you can tell the same story. All right. So when you become a master of one thing, you start to realize that all things open up to you. All right. And you learn to relate. And when you learn to relate, you're learning to vibrate again. Because now it doesn't matter if you talk to a mathematician, it doesn't matter if you talk to an electrician, it doesn't matter if you talk to a mason, it doesn't matter if you talk to a biologist. They should all comprehend what you're saying, all right? And you just learn a new vocabulary. You just learn a few new vocabulary words. and just follow the same pattern. Okay. And 111. You are putting out signals which will continue as wave matter particles even after you died. Each have their own zero-time reference of existence unique to each one, as Himenu, Wu, Humanu. As each human and human has their own zero-time reference, once a sound is made, it never really dies, only changes volume or vibrational tone. All right. So Bob is saying, look at the stars, and you notice that you're still tapping in to the energy of that star long after it died, and you're perceiving it as a physical thing. All right, by the time it hits your eyes. So even after it died, that vibration is continuing. So when you're born at your own zero-time reference with your unique vibration, that vibration continues to emanate even after you have transitioned. All right. It's just turned down the volume. All right. So now you have a physical hearing, which is 20 hertz or more, 20 to 20 kilohertz. That's physical realm. And if you go below that, you just turn down the volume. You're into 10 hertz. You will not hear that anymore with your physical ears. But the vibration is still there. So that's what's happening when you're going to transition. That vibration will, it doesn't just like, oh, turn, everything is off. It fades out. All right. 112. All creation of life is life waves that pass down in vibration to Kamenu, our gods, underwater, soundless to Sapdetu, Enneads, come out of water. All right. So now when he's giving you another pattern to look at. All right. So now when you looking at your Panadaru, you're not so spooky anymore. You're not just praying on, I'm going to pray to Shu, who's sitting out there, and I'm going to pray to Ptah, all right, who has an erection, who's sitting out in space. No, you're going to start to see, okay, that's what they mean by, yes, Ptah's sitting out in space, but he's sitting also right here. He's sitting right inside my soul. He's sitting everywhere. Because you start to say, oh, I'm actually talking about the movements of life, all right? And you're going to see whenever that nature personifies, you'll be able to say, oh, that's Ptah, all right? No matter how it personifies, for example. So let's see. What was I saying about that? All right. So all creation of life waves pass down to vibrations, Kemenu Agdads, underwater soundless. To Enya, it's out of water. All right. So when you go underwater, all right, or when you come above water, or when you're in that they call noon, that water before it starts to solidify, that you can be called outer water. All right, when you start solidifying. All right. So from the time you can't hear it to the time you could hear it. All right. You're just on a different octave. All right. So if you go to a lower octave, it might fall out of the range of your hearing. But if you find the right note, even though it's outside of the realm of your hearing, it can possibly make the higher octaves vibrate. So you're responding to this vibration. So let's say you have your ancestor who's on a much, much lower octave of A. And let's just say, I'm using it as an example, and then they vibrate. If you're in tune with yourself, you're not in denial, all right, you're living in your own image, you'll be responding to that, all right? And then once you guys start both vibrating the same way, now you're sitting in side by side and you're looking at each other, all right? So that can happen, all right? So that's an octave, all right? Or different, and then when you look at the 99, when you go through your 99 names, you start chanting, you're going to chant and realize that every time I'm going through the 99 names, all you're doing is telling the same octave over and over. Octave. Octave is from one scale to the next scale. You jump to the next one, jump to the next one, and you realize that you're repeating that pattern. One moment. No, all right. So, yeah, tower hat for your patience. One moment. Okay, so now you're learning how to go through the different octaves. Now we're getting rid of all the spookiness. All right. I remember Baba says spooky people scare him, but he has to explain the spookiness away because we're going to be empowered. All right. So now you go through the vibration. You're vibrating. All right. Because your body's vibrating. All right. It's outside of the realm of human hearing, but you're vibrating. So now this vibration makes itself vibrating. And now your physical body starts to respond. And now you're side by side. All right. You could tap right into that wisdom. All right. Right into that vibration. Same way you're tapping into what you see that died a long time ago. So 113. Now to begin, it goes back about 9 billion years to another abode called Sabdatat, also known now as Sabatat. All right, Sabdatat or Sabatat or Sabat. All right, talking about the Sirius star system. It had 3 major suns: Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C. On the last Sirius C, that abode, the beings had reached such heights that they did not need their vast technologies. Think about that. Because people think it's funny how backwards we are. We think we're so advanced because, like, I have a really big boat and I have this TV and I have all these technologies. And then you realize, no, I got so much advanced. I don't even need this TV. I don't even need a cell phone. All right. I can get to you as fast as a thought. All right. So they no longer needed their technologies because they became so vastly advanced. So they were getting to their potential. All right. The only reason why you're using a phone is because you're not at your potential. All right. You're using it as a substitute. That's like having training wheels on a bike. All right. So they no longer needed their training wheels, so to speak, right? So they no longer needed their vast technologies. Most of those beings were past the need of rebirth, and others of them were already transformed into Etherians, moved onto the mental boat of existence. 114. The necessity for a physical form or body or any vibrational level was below their needs. No need of physical instruments to play the tone or sound of their music. And now the body was obsolete. All right. So now we see that all the time. Certain technologies go obsolete because it's like that was really hot when it came out, but now it's obsolete. You don't need it anymore. All right. So at this planet, all right, Sirius C, so that star system, they got so advanced that they no longer even needed the body. All right, that's what Bob is showing us how to get to. 115, because of the ability of the state inhabitants to precipitate their needs from ether or akak or ak, all right, ether. 116, after 9,000 more years, except for those beings of that abode who lagged too far behind to attain transformation, the many Etherians from that star system Sirius C to Sabatat, Sirius C of Sabatat, advanced in one moment. In one moment, that's how fast. So it's just a moment. They advanced with all the higher beings of all the other abodes, with one, being one with the universe, onto the 4th abode of existence. All right. So that's what's happening here. All right. We're starting this process. All right. So Sirius C, now you know, went through the same thing that planet Earth went through. It went through its sleep cycle and then it ascended. It went through its sun cycle. What happened to the ones that lagged too far behind? they faded with the old cycle. And the ones that was able to make the transformation, they made the transformation into another dimension. All right. So the reality, we are being pulled into another dimension as we speak. All right. And so now you see that happening. So we're getting the warnings of, okay, how you can start to respect your body. That's the first thing, because a lot of people, they so spooky. They're like, I don't even need my body. And I'm like, but your body's sick. You have to heal your body, learn to respect your body, see the rhythms of your body within everything else. Now you're in touch with everything else. Now your body's obsolete. All right. But you're not going to skip those steps. All right. Because it's a process. All right. So these beings, they went through their process and they ascended. All right. Into the fourth boat of existence. The fourth boat of existence is the mental. All right. So you have 3D, which is person, places, and things, and solids. And some people, that's all they have. So they're waiting for a 3D journey. So they're saying the berry, come get me. I'm going to get on this physical craft. Not saying it's not possible, but I'm saying for what these grandiose ideas, you're not going to get there in your 3D reality. You have to get there in the mental, your 4D. All right. So this is what the Syrians did. All right. They advanced in one moment with all the higher beings of all the other abodes, being in one with the universe to the fourth abode of the abode of existence. So it was a mental connection. It was a mind link. They were able to make their mind link. That's why somebody who asked me, which I didn't answer, which I already answered many times in this platform. For example, I answered, this is the reason why I didn't answer, because the person knew the answer. They were just trying to pick at me. But they asked if I ever physically met Baba. No, I didn't physically met Baba. I wrote him, we made our connection. And me and him, we just instantly had a nice connection through letters. All right. And I just, studied. And so that mental link is powerful. Sometimes it's good because you don't have the distractions, and the physical distractions. All right. So this is what's happening here. All right. You want to make that mental link. All right. Because there's a lot of people that can spend a lot of physical time with you. And that journey, though, that's going to take you further, is that mental one, because the mental is going to far outlive your physical anyway. All right. So that's what you want to polish up. All right. Because what becomes obsolete? The mind doesn't become obsolete. It's the body that becomes obsolete. All right. So that's an example of that. And that's why I say don't let other people hold their journey over you, because you have your own vibration. And when you go off, that's when you go off. All right. And that's not a competition. All right. And it's in your best interest to help each other vibrate. Because if you vibrate, maybe you could turn me on, because like that ancestor who's vibrating and I'm starting to respond, I get stimulated. It's in my best interest. So we should really help each other. All right. Because you're creating an environment where that stimuli can move. All right. So 117. Those lagging beings who had to remain behind were deprived of every iota of higher levels of becoming Natharu because of their attachments to the physical things of their world, just as those here on Paa Taraq, the planet Earth, will also be left behind because of their physical attachments to their bodies, lust and material things, greed, food, and pleasure. All right. And a nice shortcut to help you develop these things faster, that now you know why we fast. Right? Because when you fast, you're able to stop digesting food and you can focus on different things. First off, your body starts to heal itself. All right. You'll still crave food sometimes, but your body starts to, and it's not to fast yourself till you're sick. All right. It's that we overeat. We're overstimulating ourselves all the time. We're constantly looking for pleasure because we're escaping something. All right. They said a man without purpose, a person who seeks pleasure is a person without purpose. All right. So you learn to go behind the purpose. All right. And then you start to be in rhythm again, eating in the rhythm of when you're supposed to eat again. All right. But most of us don't do that. All right. I eat because it tastes good. And when we go out, we celebrate. And when I'm sad, I eat. And, it's all about comfort. All right. What makes you feel good physically. All right. And so that can become distracting. All right. Because now it's like your ego is also how you put together. How these particles, all right, that you're made up of, it's solidified around your nucleus. Your nucleus is your ego. Your ego is your will to exist. So the stronger your ego, it's hard for you to, if you need to, what do you call that? Dematerialize and materialize at will. All right. So you strengthen your will by focusing more on your mental. All right. And you don't ignore the physical though. All right. That's the spooky thing. Some people, they think they're so spiritual that they ignore the physical. No, you learn to give your body what it needs, but you also learn to focus. But my focus is really on the mental, because at some point I'm going to outgrow this physical reality. All right. And that's the scariest thing. All right. For a lot of people, because of the attachments. So 118, others who raised fell and were returned to the lower levels, trapped and lost in worlds unknown to their inner being, and were hosts to be held in abeyance to the worlds they are in now. And they can be used and abused emotionally to lower forces of the etheric body. Of the etheric abode. That's money, the etheric abode. All right. So some were just too attached and they didn't ascend at all. Some of them ascended, but then they end up betraying themselves in some shape or form. So that made them fall down, and they became trapped in those lower abodes. All right. And so 119, they looked over by Pa Kabetu of the fourth to third abodes, spiritual and mental abodes. Some have access to the fifth abode, who had originally took part in the creation of lower abodes, down to the first abode, 120, and can come down to this physical abode and transform beings to higher levels. Others are lost and in time will dissolve, as did Sirius C, which collapsed into nothingness. And the lower beings there were sent to other planets like here. So what are different things that happened? There was different fates. So Baba talked about the different beings and what happened to them. Some of them, they were able to get all the lessons that Sirius had to teach. Once they got all the lessons, they graduated from Sirius C and they went into the realm of Etherians. All right. Some of them had remedial lessons. All right. Some of them, let's see what happened to another one. Well, some of them were sent to other planets. All right. So that vibration, so some of them were sent down to here. Some of them dissipated. So Baba said, for example, that's what's happening to Caucasians. As we're shifting into a new reality, the Caucasian cycle is done. There's nowhere for them to go. So they're not going to be sent to another planet, for example. All right. They're going to dissipate into nothingness. All right. So you have all different fates, all right, that they face, like we see that play out today. All right. Their Nataru moved up to fourth and fifth celestial abodes, and they disintegrated the Sirius C star system, about which many planets had revolved. So there was other planets that was revolving. There was a few planets around the Sirius star system, all right? But Sirius C, it collapsed, so it was a dying star, leaving behind Sirius B and Sirius A. Many of the higher beings from them came here to Paa Taraq, the planet Earth, and the blue planet or water planets. Others went upward to Saha, Orion star system. All right. So now I'm hearing different things too. I saw another visual, which Bob explains later on. Some of them was in Sirius. All right. Some of them went on to Orion. So started as a female, then they go and reincarnate as a male. In Orion, I'm seeing that too. All right. Some of them came here. All right. And some of them went right into the ethers. All right, to become an Etherian. All right.
Samantha,
Rahabat Zamal Atum Kofi.
yes. This point, 122. What was the main reason the higher beings who came to this planet?
I see. Okay, that's a good question. Because there's work to do on this planet, so there's certain upgrades that's happening on this planet. So whatever already happened, it continues to keep happening. So there's always energy that's elected to pass on that upgrade. All right. So for example, when you have an explosion, so you think about something collapsing, there's going to be particles that fly off to different parts of the galaxy. There's going to be energy that's reabsorbed. There's going to be, so when you just think about it like that, you're going to have certain beings that's vibrating with what the different aspects of what happens when things die. All right. So from reabsorption to disappearing into nothingness to things shooting out. So for example, if you have an energy that shoots out, those particles, all right, you're going to have something aligned with that's a higher frequency, all right, or a higher vibrational, I meant to say higher vibrational. So it's going to come here, all right, and it's going to impart some of the same lessons. When I say lessons, patterns, a pattern is a lesson. So it's going to impart a lesson from Sirius C, all right. And that's why we have some people here right now they're incarnated, all right, as part of this plan ET, when you say planet, all right? Because you see, you can't tell any planet story. You can't tell planetary story without talking about space in general, because nothing is just isolated, all right? So now if you talk about it in a physical sense, you see that we're just talking about things aren't just isolated. So these higher beings, they're going to shift. And the reason why they shift, there's stories behind of why, all right? So for example, I remember Baba talking about how that Yanun voted against he said no, they can't be saved. He didn't even like humans. It's like, okay, great, you'll be the one to go down and go help them. All right, that's how he got his job. All right, and then in time Yanun started to appreciate the humanity. So I guess there was something for him to also grab soul lessons as well.
So actually, they can come here to help humanity.
Yes.
Yes, dus they come here to help humanity, or they can work on their own lessons to learn what they didn't do at Sirius.
It could be all the above. And it's not even what they didn't do, but what they're continuing to do.
Okay. And what did you say about Baba? He didn't want to come here, but who said that he had to come? Yes.
He was just elected. I don't know the exact details of that, but that's just the story behind it, that Yanun didn't even like people.
Okay.
So then he was sent there to help humanity. And one of his lessons he said he wanted to learn love.
Yes.
He said, I want to learn love, but you guys keep showing me lust.
Lust instead of love. Yes.
Yeah. So
okay, clear.
It's a whole intricate story, you know. Everything plays its part, you know. So that's a very good question, and I love it because we're despookifying the whole journey, you know. So many people are so spooky, and we're learning how to not be. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not spooky too, but as we explain away, it starts to be like, wow, okay, and you start to see yourself. All right. So as you tell the story of the people of Sirius C, you realize you're telling your story too, or you tell the story of Yanun. I'm sure you can relate to it, you know. Or even when you think about people who fell, you can even relate to that, you know?
Yes, clear. Thank you. Great examples. Thank you.
Okay. So, and the lower beings there were sent to other planets like here. All right. So that makes sense. So lower beings from there. So lower beings. So for example, let's say Sirius A, their standard is way up here and our standard is over here. Right. So maybe their height, the best of us might be the worst of them. All right. So they may come here for their purposes to raise the standards here, and etc. So it said, and the lower beings there were sent to other planets like here. All right. I hear people making jokes like, hey, Earth is like the ghetto of space. All right. 121. There Natharu moved up to the 4th and 5th celestial abodes, and they disintegrated the Sirius star system, Sirius C star system, about which many planets had revolved, leaving Sirius B and Sirius A. Many of the higher beings from them came to Paa Taraq, or the Earth, the blue planet, water. Others went upward to Sahu, Orion star system. 123. The same was done before throughout the universe, so that all the stars and their attendant planets ceased to exist. Time, because it is a function of matter on the physical abode, came to an end, while others are being born. All right. So think about that. All right. When one star collapses, sometimes another star is born. All right. So now I can see the Sirius star system. Another story just opened up in my mind, because what happened was, like, if our ego is so strong, when it's time to die, we can't gracefully just transition. All right. You don't see yourself as part of all. So now you're just reaching for sticks. All right. And you're like, oh, yeah, when I was young, all that black power thing, that was cool, but now I'm dying. I need Jesus. Because fear makes people go back, all right, to faith. All right. That's fear. So they get trapped, they get attached. So now I'm seeing when it was time for them to make that transition, because let's say that cells are dying, cells are being born, people are dying, people are being born, planets are dying, planets are being born. If you are attached to just your one little story, and it's like, I can't see the connection to my fellow brothers and sisters, and I want to outshine and be better than them, or I'm not as good as them, for example, you're out of tune with the growth cycles of life. And when it's time for your cell to go out, all right, you're not going to see how life, you're part of a bigger picture. So your ultimate reality gotta be done. So you don't want it to be done. So you're going to do all these things. If you could kill somebody to extend your life, a lot of people would. You try to cheat death. In reality, that the etheric people, they embrace death because they're connected through the ethers. All right. Some people are connected through the matter. All right. So, it's no secret. I'm not ashamed that I met Baba through letters. All right. And there's many people that will meet Baba through letters, and also they will meet Baba through a transition when he outgrows the need for his physical body as well. All right. Because you can't confine these type of teachings. All right. And for some people, you'll see when the body is gone, they'll be gone too. All right. Just like any cycle of life. All right. So 123. The same was done before throughout the universe, so that all stars and their attendant planets ceased to exist. Time, because it is a function of matter on the physical abode, came to an end, while others are being born. All right. So you can't have time without matter. So you don't want to be stuck on a timeline, because you're stuck in person, places, and things. You're stuck in matter. Let me see, matter, space, and time. All right. And when we say space, because matter, how do we tell time? We tell time between the relationship between things. All right. So I tell time by my sun and the earth and the movements and the rotations. So you can't tell time without matter. And you need space because you need something to relate it to. Because you just don't take the random things. You need a certain amount of space for things to play out. All right. So all three things, that's why we call Holy Trinity. That's one of our Holy Trinities. Matter, space, and time. That is materialization. Some people, that's all they got, material. What are you gonna do when it's time for that craft to get pulled back in? All right. Is that it? Are you just a light? All right. So you want to go before. Baba says, no, our power isn't still. He has a whole book called Be Still. All right. There's a scroll called Be Still. All right. Because that's where the power is. And he said, that's where you will find me. All right. He said, you'll find me in this. You'll find me in that. Then you start realizing it's like, wow, he's everywhere. All right. And he said, that's where you find him, in the stillness. All right. So 124, again, all things vibrate, each on its own level. Each color vibrates. Each form of matter vibrates. Atoms, cells. All is sound and music. There is good for you music and sound, and there is bad for you sound, tones, and or music. Even the sound of a person's voice can upset you. All right. So it's irresponsible not to do some vocal exercises. All right. I remember somebody, they're talking about, do some breathing exercises and vocal exercises, because you don't want to be teaching a doctrine and you're a nasal person and you're like, hi, Rahobat. It's like you mess up the doctrine. All right. It upsets people. All right. So we learn to breathe. All right. And that's what I'm learning to do. Learn to rebreathe. Because your voice can be either healing or a good thing to listen to or not a good thing to listen to. All right. A person's very voice. It's not even what they say. It's how their voice sounds. All right. And that's why Baba, his power wasn't just in what he was saying. His voice was in the very tone of his voice too. That was where a lot of the power was. Because some people, for me, it wasn't his voice that attracted me. I was like, oh, what's going on? I guess it was the chaos. Maybe it's the chaos that attracted me. And I just wanted to I needed all the facts. All right. So I was like, I need to ask you a few questions here. All right. So that's what attracted me. Somebody else, they say, oh, I read the book and I was just like, blew my mind. All right. So it's the words. Some other people, it's like, I didn't know what he was saying because I was so far away. But I stopped what I was doing because I was like, who's that talking? I heard somebody say that too. So they follow where the voice was coming from. And it ended up being Baba because he was teaching something. And so now you see why. All right. So it was something in that tone that being recognized. All right. For me, I don't know if I was that sensitive to tones where I noticed things like that. But in time, I started to see it. All right. So 126, your given name or title is a tone of or sound of music that is vibrating. It becomes you or you become it. All right. So you melt into the tone and links you to that vibration and all the forces being that on that same tone, sound, name, be they good or evil. That is why when you are speaking your own language, Nuapic or Sabaic, is so important to your being. This is why it's so important to your being. Right? So even English, honestly, we're doing the best what we can. The standard is really low. We started from a really low standard. So this feels good to us. But the reality is really not good. All right. We speak in English, but that's what I understand right now. All right. But it's much more powerful to speak in Nuapic or Sabaic, these same lessons. And even there's certain lessons Bible says not going to be in English. All right. Because English will distort the lesson. So the names or attributes you call on as a deity to come and affect your well-being. All right. So that's another reason why we have a hard time getting along. And some people I notice this. There's a lot of colonization or colonizing entities amongst us. All right. What I mean by that? It's like other people want to come and colonize and impose on other people's nature and tell them how to be, right? Instead of just empowering the person so that they can live their potential. Other people want to put you under them. All right. Why is that? Because the reality is there's something inside of them that's being vibrated, and English itself could be doing that. Because when you speak in English, you're speaking the language of the colonizers. All right. So it's hard. So you're actually at war, and you have to keep yourself consciously aware. All right. So that's why I do my best to consciously. It's not that I'm a nice person all the time. All right. I mean, I'm not trying. I am a nice person. But at the same time, there's conscious things that I keep in mind because I don't see, I don't see myself as above falling victim to certain behaviors myself. So I keep these behaviors mentally in control and aware so I can keep myself in check. All right. But it would be a lot easier probably if once I speak the language. All right. I wouldn't have to fight so hard. And I'm not consciously like sitting here like, oh, let me not try to control somebody else. But I'm just very aware because I see it so much and I just don't want to do that. So if I'm seeing it and I don't like it, it tells me that I'm possibly capable myself. All right. So we're going to sit here and read the scroll together. All right. So that the things that I want for myself, I'm not trying to hoard it. I learned to share it. All right. Because I stay with the Pa'ut and I see the abundance and I'm not threatened by somebody else vibrating the way they should. All right. But you see, English makes people want to hoard things and they want to be above. All right. Like the colonizers who gave you that language. All right. So 127. Now, each race is a genetic code, a vibration. You cannot be other than what and who you are, only in actions, not in true energy levels. So to pretend to be a Mongoloid or any other sub-races will not work for your being, or a Dravadu or any Indians, sub-races or Caucasians or any of their sub-races will not vibrate for you, nor their system of beliefs, religions, cultures, way of life will work for you or will help you in any way. All right. So the reality is your genetics are not the same. Yes, Zamal.
Yes, you spoke about the voice, and I experience in my work. I've got a colleague. She speaks with a nasal tone. And the effect on me is that I get irritated and my breath is going higher because of hearing her voice. And in her voice, she's also, even if she's happy, you hear a complaining voice because of his nasal. But
yes, it's whiny.
Yes.
Right.
And the first time when I heard the master teacher's voice, it shocked me in a positive way. But sometimes when I'm stressed and I listen to his voice till this day, it relaxes me, and only his voice alone makes sure that everything that I should be stressed about or complaining or afraid about will disappear. So actually, my whole being is getting rejuvenated only to listening to his voice till this day. Sometimes I get a little bit tears in my eyes, but of pleasure. And that's
Wow.
only his voice is doing that every time when I'm listening. That's what I want to add about. Thanks.
Oh, tell her for sharing that. I've heard other people say similar things like that. And there's some people that they might have certain singers, they might have certain anxiety. They put that down, relax. I remember like my mom back when I was very, very young. She used to put on the South African chanting. And I just remember me and my brother, we would just sit there and draw and color for hours and hours and hours. And I'm like, how come children nowadays, you try to give them something to color and draw, and their attention span is so short? And we were calm. We were like really good kids. And I'm like, you know what? Subconsciously, she was tuning us up. So it's like, if there's anything, it's like, okay, we put this on, we relax. And so, yeah, it does affect the mentality. It affects your biorhythm. And that's why Bobby even said that it would get to a point where it's not even, it would not be healthy for us to even look at Caucasians. All right, he said. So much less hearing somebody. I mean, I don't know if that person's Caucasian, but typically they have, the reason why they talk like that, they might have problems with a deviated septum and different things like that. For us, sometimes we talk like them because we see that as affluent. We have learned to worship the image of death. All right, even one in blue eyes. A lot of us want blue eyes, and they don't realize that when you die, your eyes are turned blue, because what will happen is that your melanin, if your eyes doesn't decompose, if it's there long enough, depending on the environment that it is. That's why they always show zombie with these blue eyes. They have this grayish blue eyes, because what ends up happening is that your melanin will die out, because the reason why it's dying out, because you don't have a melanocyte active anymore. It's not reproducing anymore. So the pigments stop being put out. So it starts to appear kind of dull and gray and blue. And now you have people who are fully alive, and they're like, man, I wish I looked like a zombie. That's really what they're saying. I wish I looked like death. All right. Even though I've been born with all this more potential. All this life is peering through me. All right. So yeah, that's a great example. So it doesn't work for us. All right. When we try to vibrate and do what the Caucasian does, what the Indian does, what the Mongoloid does. And it's not to say that they're bad. All right. They're different. So you can act like them, but it's not going to move your DNA the way it moves theirs. When you act like you turn on your DNA. All right. And in a way that no one else could turn your DNA on. When you act like somebody else, all right, your DNA is going to be compromised. All right. So that's why we respect. All right. We don't have hate for other races at all. All right. We have respect for ourselves and all of life. All right. And you don't have respect for yourself. Like, just because I don't want to be a man doesn't mean I hate men. All right. I just respect the way I'm put together, and I want to, if I want to optimize everything that's good for me, I'm going to do everything that I need for me, and being a woman is part of that. And what a man needs might be a slightly difference, and that slight difference could be the difference between me reaching my potential or not. So I want to do what's good for the man. Like, he might need a different nutrients than me. All right. So it's the same thing with races. You don't have to hate a race to respect the way you're put together. All right. So 128. The adverse forces of all others is not for you and will kill your energy. The 6 ether beings of adverse to 9 ether beings to you, Negroid. Okay. So you will kill your energy. All right. What happens when you're doing things that's not conducive for your body? You kill it. All right. So that's considered bad for you. It's not saying when you step back, you don't say, oh, that's evil. It's perfect in its place that it is. It's perfect in nature. It's bad for you. If you're allergic to grapes and you go eat grapes, that's going to be bad for you. It's going to kill you. All right. The people who eat grapes, they should eat grapes. I'm using it as an example. All right. I like grapes. But if you're allergic to grapes, it's going to kill you. So you will call that bad. So you learn to respect yourself and what's bad for you. So Caucasian standards is bad for Africans. All right. So it's bad for you. You guys don't belong together. All right. 129. They ascended up into this material or physical world by tones, sounds, music, names, titles, and they're linked to sound. The Caucasians decided the Caucasians decide which music becomes hits. All right. So when you go back into the 90s, you would hear like, oh, you a sellout. They would tell these artists, you're a sellout. And they say, yeah, but you know what? I need to eat. And if I don't make this music, they won't play it. All right. Now it's just cool to be a sellout. All right. But I remember that time they would say that outright. And that's the reason. So they're not going to give you music to empower your genetics. They're going to give you music that's going to make you subservient to theirs. All right. He will pay the Negroid to make sounds that will cut them off or make them kill. All right. So the same way you can put on music to relax you, you can put on music that makes you egotistical. I'm even thinking about that song Beyonce. I got a big ego. Got a big ego. I remember the song. Is that her song? Got a big ego. Maybe that's not her song. But she had another one. A diva is a female version of a hustler. Of a hustler. Of a hustler. And even when I say that, it sounds like a computer. Cause listen to it. A diva is a female version of a hustler. Of a hustler. Of a hustler. And it's even those tones, it's very computer. And it's all about, yeah, I'm better than you. All right. So now it can make you do, be very cold. It can make you be very self-centered to the point where you don't consider others. It can make you want to be better than others. So somebody has to win and somebody has to lose. What else it can make you? There's other songs that can make you really want to go out. You could be a peaceful person and for some reason you just feel violent. All right. But then when you look at what hormones are associated with certain emotions, because certain hormones trigger certain emotions or vice versa, emotions can trigger hormones. You're seeing that certain frequencies can actually stimulate these hormones and emotionally will be your response. And now you feel homicidal. You feel homicidal depending on how strong your DNA is. All right. Because it may take more time to break someone else's DNA. But they feel homicidal and then they go out and kill. Or they just go out and fight. All right. So were me and my brother really that different than from children nowadays? Maybe. I mean, it is a different cycle. But also what was stimulating us at that time. And I remember what stimulated me was that at that time, the elders of my time, when I was a young child, was that they played their music. So we sat down and listened to their music from their time period. It seems like today, the elders of today, the children play the music or they play what's popular now. All right. And they don't play the classics. All right. So they didn't play what was popular. The elders, they played the music of their time, which would typically be love songs. All right. And even the popular music was a little healthier than it is today, even if they did. So you're going to stimulate different natures from the very same people. All right. So he will only allow in the sounds tones that which he can use against you. All right. So if it's going to empower you, no, don't give him that music. If it's going to make you subservient to him, give them that type of music. All right. And you have a lot of those type of scientists, all right, that they actually hire in. Like, for example, you have psychologists and neuroscientists and all these types of beings that food companies will hire just before they make food. All right. And they'll do studies on their food before the people eat it. All right. Same thing with these music companies. All right. He will only allow in the sound tones that he can use against you. And if you don't make what he wants or needs, he will, if he likes your looks, take your tracks and then reproduce them and add tones. All right. So if he likes your looks enough, by the time the song that you put out is not the song that's going to be released. All right. He will only choose Negroids who have self-hate and kind to become companies and give them sub-labels shoot videos or cinemas that help his cause to destroy your minds and your children's minds. All right. So think about Puff Daddy and the things that he partaked in and what he had pushed off, and all these messages and all these popular people. They're being that's actually a CIA type of thing. All right, and that's real. All right. He loves gospel. Why? Why does he love gospel? Because it puts you back under the spell. He loves hip hop, but he hates reggae and African music. All right. So now reggae, now I'm seeing reggae. He might hate reggae music. But what did they go on to do even reggae? Because we're talking about roots reggae. Roots reggae is in sync with the natural tones. The message is powerful. They even went in there and they perverted reggae. So dancehall reggae, what do they talk about? What kind of music do they put now? All right. Even African music, I'm seeing that's happening slowly but surely to African music. Hopefully Africans take us as a cautionary tale. All right. And I'm thinking Afrobeat. The Afrobeat from the 70s is way different than the Afrobeat from the 2020s. All right. And it's still good, but the Afrobeat from the 70s, it was natural music. All right. It was from the soul. The Afrobeat today is slowly being colonized. All right. Talking about fast cars, artificial music. That's what's happening. All right. So no Negroid movie star or rapper or producer is there because they are good. Not at all. All right. So he's saying that what they're choosing, what's being made popular, is not because they're good. And because they are movie stars, not because they're such a good actor, it's not because they're such a good rapper. He said, no, that's not why they're there. He will only pay them big money if they further his plans of opening up the underworld and giving over Negroid souls to Shazamu. That's the carnivorous flesh eaters. You know what you want to go look at? I'm gonna share that video after read the scroll. But go on YouTube and look for the video, Beyonce's music video called Telephone. And Lady Gaga and Beyonce's in it. You'll notice that Beyonce it's a cannibalistic thing. She goes and she breaks Lady Gaga out of jail. Then she's seducing the people in the restaurant, and Lady Gaga is in the kitchen killing people and cooking them up. And there's a guy, I guess, that he thinks that he's on a date with Beyonce. And then he finds out that she poisoned him, and then he dies. And it was all about cannibalism. All right. So Beyonce's job in that video, when you really look at it, her job in that video was to seduce her own people, because it was a black man sitting there. It was to seduce her own people to serve them up. All right. So once on this abode, they move by emotions to existing beings open to them, by emotions of many kinds. The way music makes you feel. All right. So they're using these musicians that they hand select themselves for the purpose of opening their gateways. All right. And they can do that because it's not just a ritual on the musician, it's a ritual on the people. All right. So the people can be served up. 130. And as you know, Negroids, Negroids were the first humans created or incarnated or materialized on this abode. All right. So they vibrate with natural nature. All right. So these are the three root races. All right. And then you have sub races within. All right. And then these will be the sub races. All right. So 132. The adverse forces, once in physical form, started the making of fake, false, artificial, synthetic things, crossbreeds plants, fruits without seeds, fake metals, plastics, and working with the human robots. Many are natural materials, but put together from unnatural vibrations. The same with music, tones, sounds, and persons. All right. So when you say synthetic, you're still taking it from nature. But what happens is that you put that like for example, to make plastic, plastic comes from a natural thing where you see it takes a long time to biodegrade. So they use the petroleum, and then they turn the petroleum and they put some vibrations in it, and then they turn it into this fiber. All right. And that's considered synthesized fiber. All right. And it causes a lot of problems to the planet. All right. So now we're seeing that we learn to get back to our natural fibers, our natural foods. All right. Because what happens when you are intaking things, it's going to have effect in the DNA. All right. So a natural being should be able to feel the difference. Like, let's say you have a real stone, you have a fake stone. The natural being will feel the vibration of the real stone. All right. The natural being, it may not appear any type of different. They'll have to study it, but you'll be able to just feel it. You know what I mean? It's like a psychopath. All right. A psychopath was explaining how they have to study humanity because they can't feel humanity. All right. So what they learned to do, because like they said they didn't understand how somebody could just walk in the room and say they could feel the vibrations. They don't know what that is. They feel the vibe. Because their emotional sensitivity is a lot lower. So their ability to emotionally link, their emotions might be down here. It's not that they don't have any at all, but they have much less than the standard person. So they become classified as a psychopath. All right. And so the psychopath, he was explaining that he doesn't feel emotions. So what he does is he learns how to read the cues. So he has to study. He doesn't just feel. So he studies that, okay, person goes like this. He looks at the effect that he's having. All right. Whereas a person who's just in tune, it's not about studying. It's about, they just feel it. They just know. It's a knowingness that he lacks. All right. And that's why psychopaths can harm others without feeling anything about it, because one with a higher sensitivity and higher emotions won't be able to harm something without understanding the bigger impact on the ecology, including themselves. So it's like, if I harm you, I harm myself. But a psychopath doesn't understand, like, okay, I understand that this is a sad event because your mom died, but I think those tears are just a little bit too much. Like he said that, like he just doesn't see, like, it's a little bit it don't call for all that crying and stuff. And that's really, he's not suppressing his emotions, he just don't feel it. All right. So your emotions are very important for you to see the interconnectedness, all right, to the world around you. All right. So there are fake plastic, aluminum, copper, and many more, as they call them, man-made elements, grafted cells, or breeds, the work of adverse forces in this abode. One thing I noticed when I traveled to Ghana, I noticed that they like to sell Ghanaians, because they right now they import a lot of things, and the cooking is not the best cooking. They give African countries sometimes really poor things to cook it, like aluminum and things like that. All right. That's, now you see why. Because it's so strong. So it's like, however you can chip away. So that's where our liberation is going to come in through our liberation is going to come in through our creativity. Because the more you're creating for yourself, the less you're consuming from others. All right, because they're not going to give you things to empower yourself, because your ignorance of self is what empowers them. All right, because the reality is that all others are coming to feed off of you. They take more than they're actually giving you. They give you poison in exchange for life. You give them life, they give you poison. All right. So 134. Many people do not vibrate with one another, so they must convert the other on their vibration. It's called love me. Change all that you think and do and feel as I do. All right. That's why I was talking about that whole colonization. You can't respect nature to be its part. You want to go colonize someone else's energy. All right. So we learn to vibrate as each other, respect each other, and respect our similarities and our differences. But you start off with respecting where it's the same. All right. And a lot of us we're not even honest with ourselves. So if you're not honest with yourself, you don't like yourself, how are you going to like your fellow brothers and sisters? Because you turn a blind eye at things, and it's like, rather than saying, oh, there's things I don't like about myself, that's a challenge for me to go to the next level of who I should be. All right. So really, you like yourself in all your movements. All right. So it's like, for example, did I like the way I chanted? No. I mean, I think I chant a lot better, but it's been a progress. And it's like you love yourself to health. All right. So you take that as an opportunity to do better. All right. So it's called love me. Change all you think and feel as I do. This is the making of a synthetic being or person. Because what did you just do? What did you just do to that person that you say you love so much? What did you just do to them? What you did was you took them out of their own center. So you just killed their divinity. All right. A divine being is not trying to kill the divinity in another. All right. You spark their own divinity. All right. This mostly happens to females who submit all they can be once they fall in love, and they call love with a man. All right. So that happens to women a lot, because women are more likely to be like, I'm going to be everything he wants me to be. All right. So I can keep him. All right. And if you don't do what I say, that means you don't love me. All right. Once they lay together and find a sexual rhythm and think they rhyme, their own body is blended into another's. 136. Many times not knowing that each person you stand before is not one person, but in fact 30 in all. They are what their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, on and on for 4 generations of genetics were on the physical abode and become on the lower or higher abodes, as simple as a kiss. All right. So really what happens as well when we genetically exchange, the genetics it does impart an influence on the other person's genetics, especially women, because we intake more. All right. And we're also water beings, and water also helps to amplify signals as well. All right. So whereas he's solid. All right. So it does affect the genetics. And how does it affect the genetics? Not just one person, because you're not just kissing that man or woman that you like. You're kissing the man or woman you like. You're kissing the parents, the mother and the father. You're kissing their grandparents, and you're kissing their great-grandparents. All right. Then of course they may have great-great-grandparents, but the genetic influence is a lot lighter by that time. But for their actual persona, it's made up of all that. All right. All right. So 137. And the adverse forces know that sound waves affect the living being and can control your emotions. All right. So like the brother Atum said, he said that when he hears a nasally woman, he sounds like such a nice person as well. But it makes him upset, and he starts to feel stressed out All right. And he probably doesn't have much patience with her. All right. Why? Because sound can affect the emotion. So it can make a really nice person become a very impatient person. All right. So the adverse forces know that sound waves affect the living being and control their emotions. So that's another reason why I do a little breathing. Let's just breathe first. All right. Because it will help to, if I calm down my breathing, it calms down the voice. And then also I can learn so much better. All right. So when I take a moment to breathe before I read and do a little breathing exercises, and I might not be reading out loud, I do digest the scroll different. All right. But then since I know I'm going to be talking, it's even better. All right. Because that's just being considerate. All right. Because a person is subjected to your voice as well. All right. So you want to be mindful to how you talk to people. Because sometimes people they're not rejecting the message, they're rejecting the tone. I don't like the way you're talking to me. You know what? I don't want to hear what you're saying. All right. So the voice itself can do that. So they allowed non-music to become music. You put down your own souls as your rhythms and replace it with non-rhythms while you keep the rhymes. All right. So now here a rhythm being interchangeably used with soul. All right. So now later on, Baba gave you the gateway and he gave you the symbol. And he said, whenever you need support, you look at this symbol. All right. And you chant, then you could chant. And Yanun could hear you through the symbol. All right. And when you go into the realm of Yanun, because if you want to go to the realm of Yanun, now you know where you got to go. You got to go to the realm of all. Because that's where you find the soul of Yanun is. So now you realize that Yanun represents the very soul of the people. All right. And once you start breathing and you've in touch with your own emotions, you've now opened the gateway to others' emotions. All right. And when you say emotions, you're just saying energy in motion. So now all the energy and emotions that's permeating through our boundless universe, you have access to it all. All right. All right. Because you're in touch with your rhythm, right? Your own soul. So your own soul gives you the wisdom of the oversoul. All right. And you realize it's one soul family. If you can be on that same rhythm. So what did they do? They took you out of your rhythm. All right. So in fact, you lose your soul, but you keep the words in the poems. All right. So there's a lot of people, I'm sure you come across the scrolls many times. And there's some people, they know all the scrolls. You don't want to talk to them for more than 5 minutes because they use these words to go abuse and colonize other people. All right. They have all the words and none of the soul. All right. That's why Baba says in another scroll, the Bridge to Salvation, which happens to have that same symbol. He says that if you have perfect articulation and talents parent through your genes, that if you don't consider Ashug, you will never be considered for the journey. All right. And what is Ashug without poets? All. All right. So you see yourself in all. So there's no way that I can do to someone else what I'm not doing to myself because I see all. I see all. So when I'm looking at that sister, she's a little mean to me. So to get back at her, I don't care about the long-term repercussions. I can't do that if I see poets. You know what I'm saying? Your wisdom won't let you. All right. But some of us, we lose the soul and keep the words. All right. You want to keep the soul no matter what. Some people have the soul, they just don't have the right words. They don't have the vocabulary yet. So there's a lot of Sabians, there's a lot of Nuwapians that they're already Sabians, Nuwapians by the very soul. All right. And it's like sometimes, finally, when somebody says it, like, that's what I was always feeling. That's what I always wanted to say. You realize that you just gave the soul some words. All right. And that's why Baba says he has a soul family. All right. And then you have people that they have all the words, but they just you can't feel it. All right. So that's why I don't mistreat people, because I don't know. Just because you didn't read a book, I don't think I'm more superior because I read the book first. Because your soul might actually take you further. Who knows? You might have a deeper emotion than where mine can go. You know, maybe maybe you'll help me. All right. So it's not in my best interest to be like, I have all the words, so I'm gonna beat everybody else up, because that might have been my ride, you know, so to speak, if I see the whole soul connection. So this is the keys. That's why you see Ashug is the key, but it is you who opens the door or closes the door, because you notice that door is inward. Okay. So that fact is adverse forces are at work replacing all real natural things and places with his fake false world and all things around you. Like, I love you. What does that mean? And when you live in an environment surrounded by adverse 6 forces or 6 etheric beings or other races of other kind, you are slowly transformed into their vibrations, and you begin to blend in and become one of them, and you lose your natural nature in connection with your own heavenly hope. All right. So I like to just take a moment to thank my African brothers and sisters, because it was my trip to Africa that I really needed that. It was very healing. You know, I just felt a lot of love, and I felt love multiple times. All right. So it's like, I appreciate the love, because being deprived of that energy, you know, it just kind of woke up that dormant. Just being around the sun, the elements, your people moving in the elements, all right, and then if they accept you, all right. So I felt the love, all right, because what ends up happening, you have to rhyme with your environment to survive it. So if you're in a cold place, white supremacy and all this type of energy around you, you're going to be a little bit of a colder being. All right. And that's why Bible says when we stay away from our homelands too long, we lose our soul. All right. So now you see why. All right. Because the impressions start slowing you down. All right. So 138, eating their fake foods, you're dressing in their fake fabrics, listening to their fake music, trying to talk and sound like their fake sounds and voices and their fake colors. All right. Because subconsciously we see Caucasian as the standard of what's professional. All right. I even noticed that I'll use a place like Senegal. I noticed that in Senegal, when they're just having daily life, they speak Wolof. And when they're conducting business, it's like something goes off and they speak French, like as if they see French as a professional language or something, you know. I'm not saying all of them, maybe makes them, but I'm like, they'll be speaking to the same people and then they'll start conducting business in French, you know. So it just goes to show there's unprogramming we need to do, you know. But what happens here on American side, when you start to be professional, you start to subconsciously take your tones out because you want to make Caucasians feel more comfortable, all right? Because you want a paycheck, all right? And you'll do it sometimes subconsciously, all right? So fake metals, you're under the fake lights, all right? So Africans, the way that we should do it, when it's time, when the sun is out, it's time to be outside. Go mingle among go mingle among the community. Go handle business, and all businesses it should be done outside. All right. And now it's time, because you're going to be in touch with circadian rhythm, and you're more social, and you notice that they're more social and communal. All right. For that reason, and they spend a lot much time outside. And then, because they're being activated by natural lights. Then it's time to go to sleep. You go inside. It's good not to watch too much TV because that's a false light and it activates artificially your glands and things like that. So you go in the dark, all right, gradually, and everything is nicely in tune, all right. So this is the reason why we spend so much time in front of computers, inside with the light on. We don't socialize, all right. There's a disconnect. The generations that's coming up is even more awkward than the generations before, because they don't even know how to have a conversation anymore, because they're doing everything by texting and looking at these fake lights and not even interfacing and not being in the sun outside playing basketball. No, they're behind the computer. All right. This is by design. All right. So you become out of your mind and now you're in his mind. All right. So he took you out of your natural genetic sequence and now you're following somebody else's genetic sequence. In time, you can no longer contact your own mental realm because you have become one with them and their world. Look at how the slave masters transformed his Negroids. All right. So now in time of ignoring your own signals, you become blind to your own signals. Now you can't be in touch with your ancestors. A lot of us can't dance anymore. A lot of us can't sing. I'm not the best singer, you know. A lot of us can't do a lot of things anymore that we did naturally. James Brown didn't go to dancing school. This is just what they sang from their soul. So we get disconnected. All right. And after a while, you realize it's hard for you to get back. All right. And that's how you get transformed. And that's what the slave masters did to the Negroids. Look at the change of our own children once the devil closed Tamaray. All right. So look at the very people in our tribe. Some of the people in our tribe, if I'm being honest, I didn't grow up in the tribe, but some of the people who became of age and the children who were supposed to be there, and I have a lot of compassion because that's a lot of trauma. Some of them are straight up devils. All right. And I understand because of what they do to survive. All right. From going one extreme to another. All right. And I'm not saying all of them, but I see that it's playing out. So he said, look at our own children after the devil closed Tamaray. Look at some of those who once claimed they overstood, who and what Paa Taraq Amanu Brayakta was really here to do. They have been transformed and transformed their consorts, children, and those who listen to them. It's all about vibration. All right. So they went from, I'm assuming, because I wasn't there, but those of us who was, that some of these people were very kind, and then out here, some of them are doing really jacked up things. Not just them, but their whole families. All right. And some people were just doing jacked up things all the time. All right. But it's all about vibration. The vibration of this realm, the great event of your cycles, repeats every 26,000 years. Or the precession. And a 24,000 years of the 4 cycles of 6,000 years in progress of the life waves. All right. So you have different cycles. So precession is that wobble on the planet. All right. So the wobble, when things wobble, it's going to give off a signal like this. So that'll be a wobble. Because when it's spinning, it doesn't spin like perfectly. It spins with a little wobble. And the reality that everything in existence has a little wobble. All right. And that wobble gives off a certain signal. So if you have it in a cell, in planets you call it precessions, and in cells you call it mutations. But you're just saying wobble. All right. So it takes 26,000 years for every time a wobble completes. So this is a lot of wobbles, for example. But I did one wobble. So we just finished the precession. We just went through 24,000 years of 4 cycles of 6,000. So we completed many cycles. That's what makes this time so unique. All right, because you're always completing and beginning things, but it's an alignment where many things are resetting right now at the same time. From the precession resetting, all right, to the 24,000-year cycle resetting. You have, what is the other one? We have a galactical sun that's going around something else. I forgot exactly, but that's resetting. All right. So there's a lot of resetting that happens to happen now. All right. A lot of cycles ending and restarting right now. So 139. All was still and void on the physical abode because it had ceased to exist. All right, so now you're in stillness, in darkness. You're in that vacuum, and it looks like that basket and that bread. You're in that black dot. This is where things are being pulled in, and this is where things will eventually manifest, but things cease to exist for just that moment. All right? So, cease to exist. 140. Yet upon the higher abodes or celestial realms of existence, there was much activity, much training, and subsequent organization of etheric beings. All right. So you're in the realm of ethers, in that little, in that black dot. All right. Because what's happening? Things are being reorganized. All right. So higher abodes, celestial realms of existence, there was much activity, much training. All right. So you're going through the movements behind the movements. As Kahu, Kamenu, Subdetu, or Aku, onto Ba, onto Ka, onto Katu. All right. So we're saying and Basharu. All right. So that is by soul onto spirit, onto body, onto flesh. All right. Into groups with appointments by the most fittest to preside as regents. This was followed by further planning and coordination of the great work of the future. All right. So everything that was already happening on a physical already took place on a spiritual vibration. All right. Even the separation. So for example, you have stem cells. They start to become specialized cells. All right. But the whole black print, which they started calling blueprint, the whole black print already exists. And the movements are already permeating behind it. When all was in readiness, creation began. The first Nataru created the stars and suns, and in time began anew. Around each sun in the universe, Paa Nataru placed Paa Kapetu, host precipitated, ascendant over planets of gaseous, out of gaseous clouds, and upon myriad planets whirling in their orbits about countless suns, beings or nine ether beings, melanite children, Nuwapians evolved. All right. So you're evolving out of these very swirls. So when you look up in space, or when you actually just look up, you probably won't see unless you have a good telescope. So you just go on Google, and you look up space, and you look up all these different swirls. All right, these gaseous swirls. And then they start solidifying into planets. All right. And then it starts solidifying into, so it's emotions or energy in motion. All right. That starts to embody. So the soul. So emotions become soul. Becomes spirit. All right. And then it becomes body. What's the difference between soul and spirit? Spirit is just the nature of that thing. The soul is that understanding of that deeper emotion. So we could be spiritual family and we could be soul family. All right. And we're going to connect mostly by soul because we have different things going on in the genes. So when you want to talk to your direct ancestors, like you would say Mustafa, your ancestors, my mother and my father, all right, and grandparents and great grandparents. They might not necessarily get along with your mother and father and great grandparents. All right, different spirit. All right. but we're also connected by soul. All right. So we live mostly by our soul. Because just because I don't like that brother or sister doesn't mean that I don't love that brother or sister. As far as seeing when I say like, I don't mean you dislike, but sometimes something is just not your cup of tea. And y'all are not meant to necessarily spiritually be close like that. But soul, you can still be close. You're still soul family. So now you have that soul that gives birth to the spirit, because you have personalities. We don't all have agreeing personalities. Doesn't mean that person is a bad person. You just don't have an agreeing personality. So that's where you find the spirit. So we don't suggest to live by spirit. You don't go by your personality, because you don't do things to satisfy your personality. You do things to satisfy the soul. All right. Because the soul is older than the spirit. All right. So use spirit and personality interchangeably. All right. That's how you can remember. So akak ether onto soul, onto spirit, unto body, flesh, into groups with appointments by the most fittest to prestige as regents. All right. So now you have different groupings. All right. So you have different personalities that are suited for different jobs. All the jobs got to get done. All right. So I might not particularly like that sister. I don't want to hang out with her. But I'll be very grateful for her personality when, like, for example, I'm not really a physically type of fighting person. For some reason, I always have physically fighting friends. But for the most part, don't invite me to a fist fight. You know, that's what she likes to do. All right. So rather than trying to change her, I could appreciate her nature, because you'll be happy when you have to call on that nature. And then for me, I'm good at, like, it's good to use me what I'm good for, you know, so I can be useful to the collective. So now it's like you might be a more sensitive person where you like me being more quiet, and this other person, they speak loud. It might be irritating, but it doesn't mean that they should stop. Maybe you guys are just different, you know. So now when it's time to do this specific job, you'll be happy for your nature. When it's time to do a different job, you'll be happy to know somebody with that very nature that you may have avoided. All right. So you learn to appreciate the different spirits or personalities. All right. But you don't live by personality, because we don't go by our likes and dislikes all the time. We go by what's the interconnection and stuff. Sometimes you see, well, that's good for all of us. So if it's good for all of us, then it's good for me. Because I might say I want to eat this cake. That's what my personality wants. And if I keep overindulging of what the personality likes, now I'm out of shape. All right. So sometimes you don't always appease the spirit only. You appease the soul. All right. And it keeps the spirit in check. All right. And harmonious. All right. Because some people, they only have spirit and no soul. All right. We all have spirit, but we don't all have soul. So this was followed by further planning and coordination of the great works of the future. When all was in readiness, creation began. The first Natharu created the stars and suns, and in time began anew. Around each sun in the universe, Paa Natharu placed Paa Kabetsu, host, and precipitated attendants over planets out of gaseous clouds and upon myriad planets, whirling in their orbits with countless suns, beings or 9 ether beings, melanite children, Nuwapians, evolved. All right. So the planets came, and then the flesh and blood came. All right. Of course, you would have been the first flesh and blood if you're African. All right. Or the melanites. But evolution continued. All right. So the end of the evolutionary chain will be the Caucasian. Their genetics can't go, it's fixed now. At that point, it's fixed. So now when there's a change, it's going to be the first to go. All right. That's the end of the line. All right. So we don't go by the line, we go by the circle. That's why we could come again and again and again through our soul journey. All right. So I, Paa Taraq Amanu Brayakta, who is with you today and was there when the word was said, who watched as Amun-Re, as Ta-Tum created the suns and the planets, and is now the appointed regent of this 24,000 year cycle. All right. So he talked about how there was appointed regents to oversee certain things. So he's telling you for this particular time, all right, he is the appointed regent for this cycle. So the region of Panataru and by myself this time began anew as a renewer, a reformer. All right, it's time to renew our story. So this is the whole point. That's why he says this is a remembering tool. It's time to wake up and renew your story. All right. Notice you're being pointed back at yourself. So it's going to be as far as your genetics allow you to go. All right. So around each star in this universe is appointed Pa Kebetu. So as the new center, being of the tones Ah, Eh, U, and An and Un, which became vibration of creation, I have come into human form, personified, incarnated as a man of the hour. Upon this planet was elected regents by my own being of Wunuap, those who created this planet. Each of the planets of the solar system had its own form of life as existence. As you know, where there is matter, in any form there is vibration, which is a form of life. The physical forms, as you have come to know them, are in many places recognizable as human forms. All right. So you're looking at the human form, but he's trying to say, learn to see the vibration. All right, because the vibration incarnated. So now you can hear Baba saying, what does he mean by that? He said, they looked at me and they didn't see me. They kissed me and they didn't love me. All he saw was lust. They only lustered for the luster. And what we mean by lust, we mean by the light. They were blinded by the light. All right, but they couldn't go behind the light and see the vibration. All right. However, temperature and gravitation differences between the planets necessitate widely variant forms, chemistries, and muscular apportionments. All right. So now when you go between each planet, you're going to have differences. All right. From the chemicals, the constituents of the planet. So Venus, for example, has a lot of sulfur atmosphere. All right, as opposed to Earth, which has what's the most abundant? Oxygen is there, but I forgot the most abundant. Nitrogen, I think. Nitrogen is not here. All right, so you have different chemical components of each planet, and even muscular apportionments. All right, so like how dense something is. All right, how it's put together. Yet moral and intellect aims are identical throughout the universe until it becomes ill with evil beings of lower vibrational levels and disease of all kind grow into being and consume healthy beings. All right. So Baba is saying, even though you have those differences between the planets, as far as the variant forms of chemicals and muscular structures, there's still an identical and intellectual aims are still the same. So the mental aims, the reality he's saying is that the physical is different. But when you go behind, the energy is all the same as long as they're all healthy until they get sick. All right. So on the mental level, they're all the same. The physical level, they're different. As when you go back into pure energy. All right. So as the planet slowly cooled, the surface rock crystallized into speaking landmass, tone, sound, voice of its own, and the beings that were grown with it. Negroids vibrate with nature. All right. So Negroids vibrate with nature. That's why Africans, when the mathematicians went to Africa and they were saying, how did you guys know how to build this in accordance to this mathematical law? And they said it just makes sense. It's just a common sense. When you say sense, I sense it. So it's like, for example, it's like sometimes you'll pick this up and it's like, I'm not going to drink this. Something just tell you don't drink it. And it's like, well, you're in tune. Okay, this is, whatever the case is. I'm using it as an example. And you're just, you're in tune with it. You sense it. That's your higher senses. All right. So the Negroids, they vibrate as nature vibrates. They vibrate with nature. All right. So when nature vibrates, that's them, and they are it. All right. Until they become sick. So 153. At last, all was cool enough for the dense mantle of steam clouds to condense into rain and make oceans of the depressions in this Earth's surface. All right, so oceans started to be made. So you have land masses, you have atmosphere. All right, so you see just the growth cycles. 154. One point in time, it was asked that Nawar light shine through clear skies upon the land and sea, and the stage was set for Kuhu. Kuhu, that's me. Kuhu, Khu. All right. And for Panataru to request Pakuhu to grow humanu. Yes, Samal?
Some of that question.
Yeah.
Some words I don't understand. What was point 147? Pa Betu and point 148. The tones A, E, U and A, N, Un. Can you explain for me because I don't understand it?
An, un. Okay, the tones. Let's go to the an and un. Okay, A, E, U. So there's really 3 tones. Or you can say an, en, or un. However you want, if you want to put an N. In. Un. All right. So you, so it's like you'll see even, religions, you'll hear them say Amun, Amin. But it's just the tone. He's just putting your attention to the major tones because you have A, E, I, O, U. A, E, I, O, A, E. All right. But at the base, it's really just 3 because A, E, E. E is E. Very similar. So you can just put that as 1. So A, E, U. Those are 3 distinct sounds. All right. And that's like even English, you'll notice that English took away a lot of the tones. So it kind of smashes words and there's no type of vibration through it. And the vibrations happen in the vowels. A, E, U. And notice that we don't really vibrate. All right. The same in English. What other language do you speak?
Dutch.
Oh, that's not a good example. Do you speak any mother tongues at all?
Yes, my parents are from Suriname.
Oh.
And I was born and raised in Holland.
Okay. So if you listen to the structure of your parents' language, isn't there a lot more vibration?
Yes, and more emotion in it.
Yes, yeah.
It's
So that
deeper.
was
You can
taken.
express more.
Exactly. And the words themselves is deeper. All right.
Yes.
Because English kind of does take you a little bit higher, the way they speak
Mm-hmm.
it. And then other languages as I'm seeing, like Wunuwap. Even to say Wunuwap, you can take it a little deeper. Like a African saying it, it sounds like, like African words.
Mm-hmm.
So so that explains that. And then
Mm-hmm.
you said Kabetu.
Yeah, what's the meaning of that word, kabetu?
Who would like to unmute and answer them all? Because this is who would like to answer that? All right. Can we come back to that, Zamal? All the
Yes, we can.
vocabulary words, yeah. All the vocabulary words, just write it down, okay?
Yes. And last question.
Yeah.
It was back to the four generations. Normally, in some cultures, and also in the Bible, you heard about that God will punish His people until the seventh generation. In some other cultures, you hear also about seven generations. What is the
Mhm.
science beyond four generations? Because if I understand good, then it means that from on the fourth generation, then you are losing contact with that ancestors, and then you're going back to the Nether state. Can you
Right.
explain it a little bit for me?
So by the time you get by the fifth, sixth, seventh generation, the influence is a lot less. So like for example, you'll get a lot more genetic influence by your mother, father, grandparents. All right, their personalities. Okay. So the personality influence is going to be a lot stronger for those last four than your great grandparent. I mean, than the after that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
Okay.
So it's like that personality difference. All right, because your
Mm-hmm.
habits, the habits that you do today, it can help to rewrite a lot of what is in your past. All right, so the habits of your mother and father, because it's not just their genes, it's also their habits. All right, so if you have somebody a fifth generation down, and those other ones in the other ones the four generations up, it's almost going to be like it's not, and it's, let's say it's opposed to it. Unless it's an agreement, it's going to be a very weak influence to influence you. But
Mm-hmm.
let's say the great grandmother was taking a lot of influences from that fifth generation. All right, and then that influence is still there, but it's still through the later generations. Because your mother and father could be very different from their grandparents, but that genetic influence is still strong enough for them to overwrite and ride over your mother and father. All right.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's like the ones that are below four, they almost have to be allowed to come up through the other ones. And for you, for the one that's presently there, you're physically allowing the ones who's four and down to come up. All right. So
Okay.
their influence is so much stronger on you. All right.
Yes, clear. And the word kaibetu, I read it in one of the oldest scrolls,
Mm-hmm.
but when I'm reading it now, I didn't write it down. And when you're reading it, then it's annoying when you don't know the word and you keep reading
Yeah,
on.
I
That's why
forgot
I
it too
asked.
off the top of my head because it's been
Yes.
updated. Uh,
Yes.
one moment, Jamal, because I'm going to. All right. And let's continue. All right. So 152. At last, all was cool enough for the dense mantle of steam clouds to condense into rain and make oceans of the depressions of the earth's surface. 154. One point in time, it was asked that Norar or Noir light shine through clear skies upon the land and sea, and the stage was set for Kuhu. 155, and for Panadaru to request of Pak Kuhu to grow humanu. All right. Who remembers that vocabulary word, Kuhu? All right. We'll put that as well. in our vocabulary. 156. To grow new life, to grow new life first with one-celled plants and one-celled animals and sea creatures and fowls. All right. So you had to first start with they call them, I think, amoeba. Amoeba is like one-celled animals. They become more complex and they start building on each other in time. So you could just look at the periodic table. The periodic table does that too. It starts off as one hydrogen, and the hydrogen starts to build upon itself and makes more complex elements. All right. Same thing happens on every dimension. More complex plants becomes more complex animals. All right. And then it starts in the sea. It starts to go off into the land. All right. 157. From there, they consciously evolved into complex organisms. All right. So life is building on itself. 158. All the existing beings each vibrated at their own selected vibration and respected each other. All right. So it goes back to saying something can be bad for you personally to partake in, but you see how it's good for the collective. So you go to where you belong, that being goes to where they belong, and that's called respecting each other. All right. So they all vibrated at their own selected vibration and respected each other. Then Sakemwot experimented with herself and with devised plans of order to incorporate certain specific structures and metabolic processes into self-perpetuating genetic patterns, which would eventually be developed as Tatum into perfect Nuben of 9 ether. It failed, but was passed on to Patanum. All right. So let's break that down. Sakem means power. All right. And Ma'at means balance. All right. So we could personify it, because the thing is we could personify it because we could see ourselves and we could see the emotions in nature. All right. So you learn to see the personifications of nature and you feel connected. All right. So Sakem, all right, she's known as the lioness and she's powerful. Right. But she represents power, and Ma'at deals with balance. So you see the power start to be organized or put in. So the power, so what does that name say? It's saying that the power is being organized. All right. And what is Noon? Noon is the chaotic waters. So we're organizing that power or the potential. The potential is being organized. All right. So experimenting with herself because it's self-created. Why is it self-created? Because it's coming from all and growing from all itself. All right. All is coming from all. All right. So it failed and was passed on to Patanu. 160. It was moved on a continent to later be called Africa. The most promising human form was developed. Tefnut and Nut and Aset subsequently, by way of their mitochondrial DNA, chosen to be endowed with mind and procreate. All right, so we're following the line of the Mafkuzat. They did have counterparts. That's the feminine aspects. So you have the counterpart or the opposite, because you have to have a push and pull. All right, that's how you create pressure. And the push and pull you can call masculine, feminine. You can call positive, negative. All right. So but it's the story of the woman, and then you have their counterparts. So Tefnut, Nut, and Osset and subsequently by way of their mitochondrial DNA chosen to be endowed with mind and procreate. 126. That great creative power of the fourth abode of existence, that's that mental abode again, and then Shu and Geb and Asar, that's the counterparts of those three up there, and Satuk, too hard to you. All right, Satuk, too hard to you. All right, so now we're starting to hear the building of flesh and blood beings. Return to who and what you are, because that is what and who you really are, and the only thing you can ever be. All right, so it's time to return to ourselves. The very growth cycles, the very forces of nature that grew you, your very vibrations. All right, that's all we could ever be. That's the only thing that's ever going to work for us. You must vibrate on your own waves, tones, sounds, voices, music, names, tongue. As Nuapians, Anun, Atum, Atun, Amun. All right. So through all your cycles, we just went through all the cycles of Reye. All right. The great tone of the universe of F flat or Om turns from a circle into a square to reach you. All right. So it turns from a circle and then it starts to, I forgot what you call those when you start dividing up the circle. All right. So you start to get lines in a circle. It turns into a square. You have these different angles. And what is that? That's the birth of an atom. All right. Because you start to pull energy around itself. So you start charging it. So the proton, and then these are particles that start cycling around it and to reach us. So look at the Greek word for name. All right. So look up the Greek word for name, and you're going to get the word onoma, onoma. I guess that's the Greek word, how you pronounce it. All right. So I guess you're getting vibration. It just sounds like a vibration. Onoma. All right. And that's the power of tones. All right. So if you want to empower your genetics, all right, you have to respect your unique vibrations. And that is the scroll, without beginning and without end. All right. So anybody has anything they like to take or that they take away from the scroll, or if it inspires something?
Do they still have more copies of that squirrel for sale?
Yes, Zamal KT. Okay. Zamal Kosi.
I was laughing when you spoke about a fact about sperm, because our biology teacher used to tell us a joke about that story you mentioned about the X chromosome swimming slower than the Y chromosome. He told us that yes, the Y chromosome was swimming faster than the X, and he used it as an excuse for the fact that he was telling us that some men were complaining that their women would not give them male child. It was because they had small penis and they couldn't release the sperm closer to the egg, so the Y chromosome would swim fast but not long, and the X chromosome will swing slower, take its time and get to the egg before the Y. So he was saying that if a man is complaining that or his wife is not giving him male children is because he's small, he's sure he has a small penis. So I was laughing and I always had that in the back of my mind, but you clarified that point for me, and yeah, so that was something I retained, and I was kind of far from the conversation. I didn't hear the question you were asking with Samal Kofi. What was the question again? I don't know, it was about language or something.
Can you repeat that last thing about the question? Because I didn't hear that.
You asked the question, I don't remember what it was about, but I thought it was about something concerning language. I thought I had the answer, so I just didn't get it.
So what's your answer?
No, I didn't get the question.
Oh, you asked me if I had a question about the language or somebody else, because I don't remember the question now.
Oh yeah, but you were talking with Zamal Kofi and he had a question about something, but I didn't get it properly, so I was asking.
Okay, is he still here? Let's see. Is he still here? I don't think he's still here. But
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Am I the one?
Yes.
Okay. I got a lot. I got some questions, but one question was about the Kai Betu. That was a question. And then someone that asked me about my language, what I normally speak. And no, that's the only question that wasn't answered till now for me.
What was the question about? What was the question?
The question was about the point about the Kai Betu, and that was
page 22.
Yes, page 22.
45.
Because the sister asked if somebody else could answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, point 147.
Okay.
I bet. No, I don't think I have the answer. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate you seeing if you did. I appreciate that. Tower has them all. All right. Anything else that we're stimulated about? We talked about crystals. We talked about planets. We talked about angles, vibrations.
Yeah, sorry, I was late for this scroll, but this is a scroll that I was really interested in, so I will just go back and watch it when you post the videos. Thank you, Downtown.
Oh, and Tuck Ate Afu. All right. Anybody else? Before we wrap up, if there's anything that you're stimulated about.
I didn't know if you heard me the first time, but I asked how can I purchase that book. I actually am interested in owning that copy.
Oh, okay. No. Are you located in the States?
Toronto, on Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada. Okay, you could always order it. The most reliable way that I found was to order specifically from the New Jersey bookstore, because the guy Wu-Sabat, the brother, he's very, very reliable. So I'll get the information and put it where you can order. But there is a website that you can order too. I just find that he's to have a direct person, he's the most reliable, because I've never heard anybody complain I order from him.
Okay, so I'll look forward for it in the chat.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? So I appreciate everybody coming together, you know, and we have more tools to work with to heal ourselves and better ourselves. And it's a work in progress. I appreciate that everyone that's taking the time to be the best version of you, and we see all the things that we can work on, right, individually and collectively. So with that being said, I shook my sword and what?